Welcome, welcome one and all. How are we all doing? We doing good? Don't mind me just Yes, that was Windows sound on my end. I keep forgetting that sound sort of plays every now and then when I do things. It is the night of fright. Trent Steam Engine says they're all good, they just Tokyo drifted a tank. Oh boy. Also, if any of you think, oh, he's streaming at a different time, it's still 7 p.m. where I am. Clocks went back. That's all I'm going to say. It's the daylight savings and all that BS. So yeah. Someone's saying, can I post some creepypastas ToT in the Discord server? Sure. Post them in stream highlights for now, just so it doesn't muddy up video suggestions. Yeah, if you're in the Discord server, post any recommendations you have in stream highlights, because for today's stream, in case you've not figured it out from the title, we are reading some creepypastas or other similar ghost stories from the US. US? What am I on about? Creepy ghost stories about trains. Man, my... This is why I don't eat before the stream, because I literally just ate a lukewarm pasta bacon garlic bread. But don't worry, I've got strawberry milk with me. It's, I don't know where it's from. I don't know if it's Japanese, Korean. It's a Poca strawberry milk drink with real milk and juice, no preservatives. So yeah, that's we got strawberry milk, we got spooky stories. Personally, I can't think of a better stream. Can you? Someone says, let's get an obvious question out of the way here. Is there anything Thomas related here? Imagine not who else. No Thomas stuff. Because that's on par with like Sonic.exe. It's like, I bought a VHS tape when I was a... Okay, before we start, let me just make up a Thomas creepypasta real quick, just to show you how easy it is to make this sort of thing, like Sonic.exe. When I was a little boy of the age of 42, I went to a charity shop just around the corner. I didn't have a lot of pocket money back then, but I was a massive fan of Thomas the Tank Engine. I went into the shop looking for Thomas the Tank VHS, and I found what looked like a Thomas the Tank VHS, but it had a picture of James on the front, and James had a scared face. I said I'd never seen this episode of Thomas before, and the lady, the kind lady who was wearing lingerie, because don't question it, she just was. She says, I've never seen that VHS, I don't remember putting it out. And I said, okay, how much is it? And she said, oh, for you, I'll give it to you for 27p. So I gave her 28p because I was feeling nice, and I take it back home. My mother was passed out on the sofa from drinking too much schnapps, like always, so I had all the time to myself to watch this Thomas VHS. But then I put it in the VHS player, and at first I thought it was the Brit Allcroft logo, but it was all warped and distorted. It was slow, and instead of spelling out Brit, it spelt out hell. I shrugged and I just thought maybe it was a poor copy, or maybe it was taped from someone's TV and they had been watching something else. So I continue watching. The episode opens and Thomas the Tank theme plays, but instead of what I noticed first was that sorry, I fell on my keyboard there. What I noticed was that it was the normal Thomas the Tank Engine introduction, but it was nighttime instead of daytime. I could not see Thomas's face. It was very strange. The music was playing weirdly it almost sounded like it was playing backwards. I genuinely... This is literally every creepypasta ever, by the way, relating to any form of media. Oh, God. Anyway, after the intros begin, at first it sounded like the narrator was Michelangelo's, but he didn't say anything. It was just him breathing, and it was... all I could see was just a shot of Tidmouth sheds with Thomas on the turntable, but Thomas was facing away from the camera, and the red light was on his back, and it was night and it was dark and there were no other lights. It was just Thomas light. Oh my God, I swear. Then slowly the turntable spins around, and it was Thomas, but where his eyes should have been, they were black circles with blood pouring from his eyes. And then I heard the narrator, Michelangelo's, he say, you should not have played this videotape, eh? And then it goes to black, and then it cut to a random episode of Thomas. It was the one with the jam, the jam thing, where James crashed, and it was all normal until James crashed into the back of the freight wagon and he gets covered in jam, but it was not jam, it was blood. And then all the music stopped, and they pulled James away, and where his face was covered in blood and cut up and all horrible. I tried to turn off the TV as I was too young to see such a horrible thing, but try as I might, the TV would not turn off, and then I could hear faint screaming coming from the TV as the episode continued like normal. But then when Percy would crash into back of fruit van and jam go everywhere, he starts screaming, and there's blood and jam pouring all over him. And then it cut back to Thomas on turntable, and he say, there will be more. The TV turn off, and very scared right now, and and so I run downstairs to Mama, because of course she will know what to do. But I go downstairs, and where Mother was passed out from drinking schnapps, it was her, but but my favorite toy of Thomas the Tank Engine was on her chest facing her, and it had blood from his eyes, and the model fell on the floor and started rolling towards me. I write this story telling you now, do not buy Thomas Tank Engine VHS from charity shop, is bad idea. And that is literally every single bad video game or piece of media creepypasta. Can't wait to see someone do an animatic of that, because that is, oh god, that is an award-winning Netflix show in the making right there. Don't ask me what the accent was. That voice went from old man to German to mid-Eastern European. Oh boy. Yeah, when's Victor Tanzig gonna make that episode? Yes, I'm aware of the existence of that man. Oh, jeez. Anyway, shall we actually look at some train-related ghost stories? Because I think... oh boy, we've stalled for long enough. You've seen this blue background and spinning wheel long enough. Let me change over to something you actually want to see. By the way, I'm recording this as well, so if anyone wants like a clean version of the audio, be sure to... oh god. Email me using my business link. You can find that on my about thing on the channel or whatever. I'll... oh god. Someone's asking, are we using recommendations in the Discord? If you put in stream highlights, yeah, for now I just thought I'd start with some I've already picked. And we'll just kind of see where this rabbit hole goes. To start with, is it this one? Yes, to start with, we're gonna do one that I've already discussed on a previous stream. And it's the ToT. Or... Teak. I don't know how it's pronounced. I'm assuming it's ToT. I've discussed this on a stream before, but it's a Japanese ghost. And according to this, is a Japanese urban legend about the ghost of a schoolgirl, because it's always a schoolgirl, who is said to have fallen onto a railway line where her body was cut in half by a train. She is an onryo, if that's how you pronounce it, or a vengeful spirit who lurks in urban areas around train stations at night. Since she no longer has a lower body, she travels on her hands, dragging her upper torso and making scratching or teke-teke-like sounds, produced by either her elbows or her end that was bisected, scraping on the ground. If she counts as an individual, she will chase them down and slice them in half at the torso, killing them in such a way that mimics her own disfigurement. And we've got a lovely little artist representation. For some reason, she has a scythe. Like, I guess she's got to cut you in half somehow, but like, surely if she was a vengeful spirit, does that mean the other half is walking around somewhere? Wouldn't that be the most comic thing? You're being chased by the upper half of a bisected schoolgirl, and then her legs sprint after you and try and trip you over. Oh, that would be amazing. Why is it though, right? Someone says, oh god, someone made a DeviantArt version of her and made her cute. Yeah, I can imagine it would be. It's DeviantArt. Here's the thing, though. Why does she cut people in half with a scythe? When surely, if she's a vengeful spirit that wants people to die like her, she'd hang around train station platforms and just trip people onto the track when the train's coming. Like... surely that would be better. I hope there are some Japanese viewers watching and taking notes while I, a humble white man, am making constructive criticism about your folklore and ghosts. Oh god. She doesn't have legs, hard to trip them over. She crawls on all fours. She could grab them by the ankles and shake them. I heard that she is a horrific train wrecks. That could be a thing. What I like, though, is if you keep reading, it says, fell onto a railway line in northern Japan, results being sliced in half, missing her lower extremities, finds people, cut them in half via a scythe. There is one version of the story that concerns a young woman known as Kashima Riko. As with the original iteration of the legend, Kashima died when her legs were severed from her body by a train as she fell on the tracks. According to some sources, some versions of the legend state that when an individual learns of Kashima's story, she will appear to them within 1 month. The Kasha Riko story, I'm pronouncing that very wrong. I'm sorry, but whatever. The Kashima Riko story predates that of Teke Teke, so she could be the Teke Teke ghost. The legless spirit of Kashima Riko is said to haunt bathroom stalls. Because of course she does. Asking occupants if they know where her legs are. If a questioned individual replies with an answer that Kashima does not find acceptable, she will rip or cut their legs off. Individuals may survive the encounter by replying that her legs are on the Meishin Expressway, or by responding with the phrase Kamen Shinin Ma, or Mask Death Demon. The legend of Kashima Riko has been described as a bathroom-centric variation of Teke Teke. Wild. Yes, because you know how much trains pass by in bathrooms. I love that one. Who needs legs with arms like these? Bone-snapping sounds. Oh, no. There was another one as well. I read somewhere, it was apparently posted on, I think, 2chan? Let me see if I can find it real quick, actually. Because it was a Japanese ghost station. Here we are. Kisaragi Station. Because I remember reading this and I wanted to do a video on this. But obviously it's one of those where it's a made-up story on the Internet Notice Board 2 channel, or I'm assuming 2chan, which is just what I'm going to call it for now. And this is a very good one. Again, wanted to do a video on it. In hindsight, I should have done it. Sorry, again, I've just wolfed down pasta bake and I've got air coming up and it is oof. So basically, a person calling herself Hasumi posted on the Internet Notice Board 2 channel as a cry for help in the thread Post About Strange Occurrences Around You, thread 26. She recounted how she awoke in a train carriage with all other passengers asleep. As Hasumi struggled with the mystery, she would constantly have exchanges with the users on the message board, advising her and sharing the confusion. It was her routine commute to work, but the train was barreling to a destination without stopping at the usual places. The conductor and the driver were both inaccessible. Finally, after an hour, the train went through a tunnel, later nicknamed Isanugi. Sorry, I don't speak Japanese. Apologies for butchering that. The Isanugi Tunnel, and stopped at Kisagari Station late into the night. A lot of no discernible activity. Her GPS did not pick up her signal. Consulting with the users online, Hasumi was advised there is no such station listed online and that she should exit immediately. As Hasumi wandered outside the station and took advice from people on the message board, she tried to locate a taxi. Defeated, she dialed her parents and requested they collect her. They were unable to determine where she was. Her parents urged her to contact emergency services as lost. This would prove futile when the responder became angry and accused her of lying. Hasumi's experience soon became more ominous. Bells ringing from the station, a drumbeat intensifying, comparable to that of a festival, and the overall location completely unidentifiable. Terrified to return to the station with an otherworld... Terrified... let me try this again. Terrified to return into the station with an otherworldly situation transpiring, at 1:30 a.m, she climbed onto the nearby tracks and walked into the long tunnel in an effort to follow the tracks home. Abruptly, about 20 minutes later, somebody screamed, "Hey, don't walk on the track, that's dangerous." Turning around, Hasumi witnessed a one-legged old man about 10 meters away. Not an attendant, who immediately vanished into the tunnel. She then noted she was too scared to move. She had broken her heel. She had broken her heel and was bleeding after only 5 minutes. When she mentioned breaking her heel, as in like the heel on her foot or the heel on her shoe. I guess on her actual foot, otherwise it wouldn't be bleeding. At 2:35 a.m, her father reportedly called the police. 10 minutes after this, she told forum users that her real name was Isanuki, which might be where Isanugi Tunnel got its name from. She soon reached the end of the tunnel and was welcomed by a friendly man who offered her a ride to safety, unusual for this hour and in such a location. Without any other choices, Hasumi accepted and accompanied the man into his car and headed back via the station. He told her they were near Hina, of which there is a train station with that name in the prefecture, but she doubted it was possible. After passing the station, they headed off into the mountains. The man was chatty at first, but later became quiet and later began talking gibberish, and Hasumi was unnerved as her surroundings became increasingly unfamiliar. Hasumi's last message board post was at 4 a.m. "My battery's almost run out. Things are getting strange, so I think I'm going to make a run for it. He's been talking to himself about bizarre things for a while now. To prepare for the right time, I'm going to make this my last post for now." Very good urban legend. Like, it's one of those stories I feel like doesn't entirely translate. Like, she goes through the tunnel, or like she arrives at the station, there's no one there, and then she starts hearing like drum beats from a parade nearby, and that's completely invisible. So she returns to the station, tries walking through the tunnel. There's a man missing a leg that disappears. You know, it's a lot of extra fluff, but it's a good urban legend. Just, yeah, you wake up in the morning, you wake up, go to work, you get on the train. I think you're commuting back from work, you doze off, you wake up, the train's in an unfamiliar place. It's a very real sort of feeling that I think a lot of people genuinely do have a fear of, like passing out on a train and waking up somewhere you don't recognise. Oh, I got ice. Someone says, "I feel like someone has made a movie about that, but it's Korean." There is a movie about it. Yeah, here. Although I do love these YouTube channels where it's like, "Haunted Story, Kisagari Station, Real Jap..." Hold on, what is this? Yeah, go away, I know. Real Japanese legend. Okay, so it didn't say real Japanese ghost, because otherwise I would have violently beaten this man to death. Or woman, I don't know who's running the Haunting Tube YouTube channel. Yeah, some very fascinating Japanese urban legends. I recommend the very spooky song Devil's Train by Lab Rats. I might listen to that, but obviously not on stream, because I kind of, last stream, I played a MIDI cover of Michael Jackson's Thriller, and I may have got the entire stream demonetized. So, yeah, I'm going to avoid listening to copyright songs. Oh, by the way, I should mention that Five Nights at Freddy's Thomas the Tank cover was made by StarTom. They put a thing on their YouTube channel basically saying you can use it in whatever as long as you credit them. They've made a lot of other like Thomas the Tank themed covers of other songs as well. Very good. I highly recommend the channel. Check them out. StarTom. Get that video to 100k views. They deserve it. Anyway, let's move on. There's a lot of stuff on this station. Some of it I imagine is fake. Some of it's real. There is an actual movie based on it. Haruna Tsunamatsu is studying folklore at university and decides the subject of her graduation thesis will be Kisagari Station, urban legend, which has been a hot topic on the internet since 2004. Oh, they did make a movie out of this. And looking at it, I'm assuming it's Japanese. I mean, it's a 5.4 on IMDb, so I doubt it's going to be that good. Someone suggested listen to Narrogage's horror of the Rails 2 episode train ride. I've heard it isn't Thomas related, so it doesn't count. Have you all ever heard of the Ghost Light of Chapel Hill, Tennessee? There's a lot of ghost lights in the United States. I don't know what it is. Like the headless, there's like a help with like the headless conductors and whatnot. That's usually a thing. I'll tell you what though. What I did also look up, as well as ToT, just to get things rolling, I googled creepypasta train. As you can see here, it just says creepypasta train. I just wanted to see what would come up, and I love here. Is creepypasta okay for 12-year-olds? And it's an article, The Dangers of Creepypasta for Teens. You know. Oh, man. Can my 11-year-old watch scary stories to tell in the dark? Can an 8-year-old watch Can a 2-year-old watch scary movies? Who's asking these questions? Oh boy. Yeah, do any of you see anything interesting here? Because we've got creepypasta.com. Let's try on that. This has got an 8.64 out of 10. I don't want to sign up for creepypastas right now, I'm afraid, mate. Halloween costumes. Oh my. Yeah, it's going to be one of these websites where there's just ads absolutely everywhere. Oh boy. Estimated reading time. Should we read this one? It's on the creepypasta.com and it's literally just called Train. Oh my god, I don't endorse you, eToro. I do not endorse you. Oh, let me just... There we go. Now you can't see the ads. Is that better? Someone is saying Big Six, The Ghost Train. I'll give that a read, but I think we'll start with this one, because this is... Just because this is literally the first thing that pops up when you type Creepypasta Train into Google. It says it's between 11 and 14 minutes of reading. It's probably going to be more because I'm going to cut every now and then. There exists a curious legend among the people of South Africa. Although somewhat obscure now, it was prevalent during the late 19th century colonization of Africa which saw the construction of railways across the countryside for transport of workers. It is this legend of which... Wrong witch. Oh, sorry. It is this legend of the witch trains, ordinary-looking trains, but staffed by the debased servants of a powerful being, generally thought to be a witch, or sometimes even thought to be multiple witches. These trains would appear to people travelling alone at night in the countryside and take them aboard, never to be seen again. This was far from the full extent of the machinations of the being that controlled the trains, who will henceforth be referred to as the witch. But more on that later. Although the activity of the witch and her trains has subsided of late, there is one witch train still roaming, still waiting to return to the witch's house. This is good. I like where this is starting. So, like, before I continue, the point of me doing this is I can provide a running commentary as well as read it out loud. I like the premise of this. The idea that there's trains that go up and down the tracks at night, and if you're walking past, they'll offer you a lift and just kidnap you. Like, that's very don't talk to strange men in unmarked white vans kind of energy. I can see a creepypasta coming out of that. Seeking out this train... There's a plane flying over. Shut the hell up. Shut up. Go away. Don't... I say go away. Don't get louder. Sorry. Seeking out this train is difficult and will take some time. The rails themselves are not mapped, so prepare a rucksack for a long day's journey. And to carry what you will be bringing back. On the first or last day of any month, this is most conducive to the likelihood of the rails appearing travel by any means to the town of Karasburg in South Africa. When the sun has gone down, begin walking in any direction between north and northeast of the town. It may be advisable to prepare some sort of self-protective gear for police sirens. Oh my, be quiet. Stop. I'm trying to get spooked. Reading creepypastas, but there's just random jump scares. Actually, that reminds me, I saw Arty Game posted a video where he was just playing a game, but he had a couple of those hours of complete silence broken by random loud noise. I don't know, if this stream gets boring, we can just put on one of those hour of silence plus loud noise things, just to keep me on my toes. Anyway, prepare some self-protective gear. If you're travelling through the South African countryside at night, but be warned that once you reach your destination, whatever protective items or weapons you may bring will not be of any use against what you will encounter there. Keep walking until you find a railroad track. Inspect it carefully to ensure that it is not merely an ordinary track. The track you are looking for will be in excellent condition, and if you look closely, the ground beneath the track will be completely undisturbed. There should be no difference between the ground beneath the track and nearby uncovered ground. Walk in either direction along the track. It should take no more than an hour for you to reach the station. Someone says put on an hour of silence interrupted by Baba Booey. Screw it. The first person to donate gets to choose what the sound effect is. If I can find it, naturally. In stark contrast to the track, the station is a hovel. You will find a few small buildings completely deserted, and all but one have been burnt to the ground. The one that remains standing is a blackened, rickety wooden shack, though the single front door appears to be brand new. A sign nailed to it reads, "Staff only." In the older days, this station would have actually had staff. The station hadn't... I'm bad at reading things out loud. In older days, this station would have actually had staff. The station hadn't been burned to the ground either. The witch trains didn't just stop abducting people of their own volition. The train you are looking for will stop here for you soon, but to make proper use of it, you need something from the staff room. No matter what you try, the door will not open for you, but fortunately, the witch gave no special treatment to the walls, trusting them by themselves, along with her staff, to keep intruders out. They are badly burned and worn. A good kicking at any wall should provide an entrance. I love the idea that, like, okay, we're going on a witch hunt. We need to get into the station, but the door won't yield. How? Boot through the wall. Oh, someone donated €5. Put the metal pipe falling thing. Oh no. Alright then, let me just open YouTube on another tab real quick. 1 hour of silence broken by falling metal pipe sound effect. Is it the meme one that dang 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 dang? Dang? Just one sec. That the one? Is that the one you're after? Oh boy. Yes. Okay. I'll make sure it's turned all the way up, just so you're all suffering with me on this whenever I get jump scared. Anyway, so break and enter into this abandoned station. Let's see, the staff room is completely bare, save for a few equipment closets along with the walls. Search them thoroughly. Most will contain generic 19th century mechanical equipment not worth taking, but one will contain a silver control rod for a gearbox. This control rod will be easier to find. It glows, yet curiously provides no illumination for anything at all save for itself. No matter how dark the environment is, this is what you need. Take it and wait outside. Now wait, however long it takes, you will eventually see the decrepit old passenger train come trundling to a stop in front of you. So, this is where the creepypasta is going to kick in. I like this formatting though. Like, this isn't like a story being told. This is instructions on how to see a ghost. I like the idea of this. Also, breaking and entering so you can see a ghost. Good idea. A train attendant will open the door for you. This train usually employs both white and black workers, but regardless of his skin colour, he will wear an extremely worn, filthy train staff uniform. Don't know why you had to specify the race of the workers. Fuck! You fucker. Don't know why you had to specify the race of the workers, but hey, I guess the pipe doesn't like me talking about these things. He will stare at you with decidedly vacant eyes for a moment, and you will very likely fuck! Why was there such a pause between the first and the second, but not the third? Ow! Okay, he will stare at you with decidedly vacant eyes for a moment, and you'll feel likely sudden sense of discomfort. You'll be right to feel this way. The stare is intense, yet there is no one behind these dull eyes. The man will then say one word: return. The tone will sound odd. A statement, yet there will be the faintest hints of query at the end to the sound of this. This is because the man's speech is meant to be a query. In the past, this man and his fellow staff, upon stopping and opening doors for them, Ask unfortunate travellers of the South African countryside, single or return. If you were to answer the attendant with return, you'll be taken on the train and ferried a far distance along the countryside before being brutally beaten by the train staff and thrown off. They just like a bit of the old ultra-violence. This is the same for any others who would have been encountered by this train. Any other answer will simply result in him repeating the question until you give one of the expected answers. The other expected answer you can give, of course, is single. However, fortunately for you, the train and its staff no longer have the means to carry out their programmed response to this answer. This is why that part of their dialogue has been removed from their usual protocol. If you answer with this, the attendant will simply stare at you and do nothing until you give another response. This is where the control rod comes. This is reading like a walkthrough. This is just turning into a walkthrough for a very bizarre game. This is where God, fuck. This is where the control rod you have comes in. Without saying a word, produce it and hand it to the attendant. His face will not have any reaction to this, but I can assure you that if he had even the remotest capacity for emotion, he would be profoundly relieved to see it. He will silently take the rod and then step off the train and walk briskly over to the conductor's car. When he does this, simply climb aboard the train and close the door. Nobody will hinder you now, and the attendant will not return to this car. It is a standard passenger car with rows of wooden seats along the walls, everything thickly coated in dust and worn by centuries of age and neglect. The doors to the car, as well as the windows, are boarded up. You must spend the whole journey here, but worry not, it is a short trip, and didn't get me that time. You didn't get me that time. You must spend the whole journey here, but not to worry, it's a short trip. And there is nothing you need to see outside the windows anyway. Sit and wait, and you will soon see the train feel the train start to move. Okay, the journey will be short, however, it is unlike any other you have taken. The train crosses more than just land. Indeed, it crosses more than just space. But let's not dwell on that for now. What do you mean, let's not dwell on it? It crosses... It's like me saying, yeah, you can take a ride in my car. It does more than cross land, and it does more than traverse through space. But you don't need to worry about that. What does... Is it a time machine? It's the Galaxy Express 999. So I gotta keep my throat lubricated. Talking out loud really dries it out. You will not feel anything during the transition, nor will you feel anything when the train arrives at the destination. However, it is extremely important that you do not open the door until you are absolutely certain the train has arrived. The transition is lethal and unprotected to unprotected human life. To tell if the train has arrived, first wait 10 minutes. This is the longest it will take to enter the transition. Then periodically tap the boarded up window with your finger. A hollow knocking sound will indicate that you have arrived. Whereas Son of a... Oh, God. It was either this or play Railroads Online with Minecraft cave noises. Oh, dear. A hollow knocking sound will indicate when you have arrived, whereas if your finger produces a dull thud, as if you are tapping against a completely solid object, you have not arrived yet. Disembark as soon as you are sure the train has reached its destination. As you step off the train, you will find yourself on a barren, rocky plain surrounded by a thick mist. Probably the first thing you'll notice is the large number of rotting human bones scattered around the area. Of course. Are you on your toes still? Is that keeping you on your toes? Oh dear. So you open the door and you see a load of bones across the floor. That's pretty noticeable. The witch, in its activities in Earth, made a large number of servants. It also made a large number of enemies. The bones that profane the grounds are here belong to both camps. The battle that made such a necropolis of this place is also the reason for the abundant disappearance of witch trains and the new reports of them. A short distance away, not obscured by the mist, you will see a dilapidated church of white stones. Staying close to the edge of the fog, but staying close to the edge of the fog, but being very careful not to lose sight of the church. Make your way there. Advertisements. This part is important. You will keep a close eye on the church, for you will see a small crowd emerge from it and start approaching the train. These are more of her servants. As soon as you see them, immediately run into the fog as far as you dare, but do not lose sight of the church. This place is not part of our natural world, and consequently the geometry of the land is abnormal. If you proceed in what may seem like a straight line for far too long in this fog, reversing your direction will not bring you back, and in this way it is far too easy to become hopelessly lost there. So do not lose sight of the church. Wait in the fog. So it's hard to read this and read chat. This goddamn pipe. Where was I? Don't lose sight of the church. Wait in the fog as the servants go past. They all wear the same worn-out train staff uniforms, and they all wear the same utterly vacant expressions on their faces. Don't let this fool you, though. If they catch you trespassing on her land, they will tear you apart with a fantasticism of strength no human could match. Once they reach the train, they will stay there. This is the first time it has been there in over a century. Proceed to the church at this point, but stay close to the fog just in case. Approach the white church and take note of the damage. The walls are abandoned and are adorned with scorch marks and bullet holes. More of the skeletons of the witch's servants and enemies surround the church and are scattered amongst the floors and aisles of the nave inside, as you'll see through the blasted front doors. You won't end up like these skeletons at this point. All of the witch's servants in this place had gone to the train and will stay there. The people who attacked this place made sure to destroy the witch's means of re-entering our world, such as the train and the control rod for activating the transition. So her servants will be hard at work investigating the train that you have brought here. But don't worry, if you do this correctly, you should be able to return back with the train and control rod before the witch can make use of them once more. This really is reading like instructions. Like someone just said, oh my god, yes, it does feel like a backrooms level. Enter the church and proceed through the nave to the doors behind the altar. I don't know, I don't care, Ad. Be silent. Muster up your courage and determination here, and perhaps prepare something like a rag to cover your face with. The reports I have on this church do not indicate a good ventilation of the next hallway. When you are ready, enter. The dim light... Oh, D-Man sent $1 and a picture of a hot dog. No idea what that's meant to mean. The dim light of the hallway will illuminate the carpet of half-decayed. God, fudge. The dim light of the hallway will illuminate the carpet of half-decayed corpses across the floor. On the walls, you will see the sources of these dim lights. Small globes wired into. Why does this ad keep popping up? I'm ruining my scrolling, jeez. Small globes wired to the distended mouths of rows of mutilated heads attached to bizarre machinery set into the walls. Alright, this is turning into H.R. Geiger at this point. Unlike the previous areas, most of these bodies belong to her enemies, not servants, ambushed and slaughtered. Go away, ad. Servants were slaughtered here when they tried to make their way to confront the witch herself. Walk as quickly as you can through this hall while being careful not to trip. There is certainly no need. There's certainly no need to take your time here. You may notice a few of these light globes are dark. Consider the bearers of those lights extremely lucky. For the truth is that these light globes are powered by the electrical signals in the brains of these heads, kept alive by the arcane machinery that supports them. Try not to dwell too much on their fate. You should save your mental fortitude for the trials ahead, and don't attempt to turn any more. God. Ah. How far into we're 15 minutes into this pipe noise, I swear to God. Trying to dwell on her, don't attempt to turn the lights off. The witch is coming very soon, and if you do not escape, many more people in our world, including you, will end up like this. Why is this person giving you instructions on how to go to a nether realm where a evil witch is? Why are they giving you instructions? What reason do you have to go here? My information on this place is based on the accounts of the few who attacked it over a century ago and managed to escape. Thus, I can't give details on what you'll find beyond this forsaken hallway, but I know that among the things here you should find a library. A door of the same luminous silver of the train's control rod with a crucifix set into it and a pool of blood. We finally got some blood. And a creepypasta. Avoid the door for now and the pool of blood at all costs. Oh, D-Man paid $5. I'm in a cheery mood. Will this turn off the pipe? I'll let the pipe go for one more clang and then I'll turn it off. Ideally, I need something I can concentrate more on. Like if I was playing a game and this pipe was going off, then I can imagine that would be a much more scarier situation. I might just switch it out for just Minecraft cave noises, because those actually are ominous. Actually, Very Frantic just said, hell nah. I think they were the one that paid for it to be put on in the first place. Anyway. Yeah, I'll put on Minecraft cave noises. One more pipe, though. Just one more pipe. Anyway, pool of blood. Avoid the door for now and the pool of blood at all costs. Instead, enter the library. Most of the books here are worthless except for one set, which should be the centerpiece of the library. Though these ancient books are penned in Hebrew, their place is marked by a sign in English reading the Annuals of the Connection of the Thrones of God, or simply the Annuals of Connection. In layman's terms, this old phrase refers to essentially to telepathy. These are what you are looking for. Okay. So basically, the reason you risk life and limb to go to this Witch's nether plane is to get a book on how to learn telepathy. You're literally here to become Professor X. Okay, before the end of your journey, you, one way or another, will be able to read Hebrew and many other languages. However, you can just read Hebrew now, apparently. However, it is advisable that you use your discretion in reading these books should you ever choose. Aside from instruction on the creation and control of servants that the witches use, these books talk about the precise nature and origins of the connection to the thrones of God, the universe of God and other deities of the universe. It also details the origins of our species and what we are to these beings. These things are explained in as much detail as capable of conceiving, and it is reported that an alarming majority of those who have read these texts were unable to reconcile themselves with the bleak truth of our existence and would suffer insanity or depression, at least often committing suicide. Carefully consider your life and outlook before you seek the knowledge in these texts. Maybe, I'm just saying here, right, that's it, Minecraft cave noises. I'm changing this to Minecraft cave noises. Let's see, there's the vine boom sound. No, here we go, Minecraft cave noises. Let me just set the video quality to really low. There we go. R.I.P. Metal Pipe, but hey, you've got Minecraft cave noises now. The other copies of these books were destroyed a long time ago by the witch, as well as all others like her, along with most of the people in the world who naturally had telepathic connections. So this creepypasta is basically here to say that you can go to a witch's demiplane via a train and then steal a book on telepathy. This is some real anime shit right here, isn't it? These people made up a large part of the witch's enemies who attacked her here. Take these books and leave now. It will not be long before the witch emerges from her slumber. Yet there is one more sacrifice you must make to facilitate your escape. Find the room with the silver crucifix set in the door and steel yourself, for this will not be pleasant. Open the door. This room is pitch black, but you can clearly see all the machinery surrounding the chained, furiously scream... oh god. The room is pitch black, but you can clearly see the machinery surrounding the chained, furiously screaming man inside. All of it in the same silver of the non-illuminating glow. Try to find something to hold on to as this man, cut off for so long, forces his mind upon you. Your head will feel as if it is being squashed like a balloon to the bursting point as the last man with the connection transfers it to you. It'll feel like years, but it'll only take seconds before it is done. The man will thankfully die from the strain, making him one less person left behind on your conscience. You will want to take time to process all this as the knowledge and outright changes to your brain will be unimaginable, but you don't have a moment. You must return now. If you pass the pool of blood on your way out, you will notice that it is bubbling. The witch is emerging. Run to the hallway and prepare yourself for the hardest part. This hallway was created for the connected when they attacked this place. All the people who now set into the walls have been subjected to unthinkable horrors before being forced inside their minds by destruction of all 5 of their senses. But with the connection, you will, upon entering this hallway, feel all of their ghastly thoughts inside your mind. This is why the witch did this, to weaken the connected at this hallway with the tormented thoughts of people, so she can defeat them more easily. As hard as it will be you must focus yourself on running through this hallway. Once you are out, you will be fine, but you must get out quickly. Get to the train, where her servants will be. As long as she is not nearby, you can now use the connection to force your will upon them, preventing them from attacking you, but not for long. Quickly enter the conductor's car on the train and use your will on the control rod in the same way to make your escape from this place. If you successfully escape, what you do with your newfound talents and books is entirely up to you. As mentioned before, you will now have the capability to read the Hebrew language of the annuals and other languages. There are many people who will offer incredible sums of money for the annuals of the connection, as well as unthinkable gifts, many of which will sicken you with their degradations. Ooh, spooky. Many more people will hunt you for the annals, or however that's pronounced, as well as simply what you are now. Most likely, you are not able to predict what you will do, as you will surely be a completely different person at the end of this journey. So at the very least, you should hope that you can adopt your new life quickly before it can overwhelm you. This is train related, I guess. I'm after a horror story, and I just got a set of instructions on how to commit property damage and steal from a witch in the Netherrealm. I need a sip of my milk. Let me just... Yes, I've got milkshake in a can. What are you going to do about it? Good shit. Okay. Let me see. We've got the Midnight Train and the Nowhere Train. These are on a wiki, so these should be a little easier to read. Oh. Sorry, there's just ads absolutely everywhere. Oh boy, this is a long one. That's the Midnight Train, and there is the Nowhere Train. Is there nowhere that just does like a Wikipedia-esque summary of this stuff? Oh, someone put NSFW warning, NSFW warning. I hope that no bad text was on the screen. I'm going to see what... someone's posted something in Platform 2, they said. Not Platform 2, Stream Highlights. So let's see, we've got the Big Six Ghost Train and the Train Ride creepypasta. We'll start with the Ghost Train. Bada bing, bada boom. So Big Six for the Ghost Train. This is apparently a picture of Big Six on the turntable. And unable to recognise what locomotive that is. I'm not that well versed in US locomotives. This is... It's a big boy, but it's not a big boy. If you catch my drift. Baltimore and Ohio 210-2. That's fair. There is a video version of this too. I'll read it first. Because, like, I could just put the video version on, but... Hey, then I don't want to be Sniper Wolf. Okay? I'm better than that. I was 12 years old. What voice was I doing there? I was 12 years old, spending a fair amount of time at my grandmother's cabin at Pine Grove State Furnace. Furnace? How am I saying this? Pine Grove State Furnace. Pine Grove has always been haunted, mostly due to Fuller Lake, a water-filled old open pit iron mine. Though the Park Service has gone so far as to send divers down to the bottom to prove that no one was killed, many people have seen ghostly horses stampeding from the old stables to the lake and into the water, making it glow a deep blue before disappearing. My story, as far as I'm aware, has never been duplicated or replicated. It involves an old iron horse that wasn't quite ready to be scrap. So I don't know what this story is, but at a guess, I'm gonna, from so far, an old iron horse that wasn't ready to be scrapped. I'm guessing it's the ghost of a train that drives into this lake. I also want to look up if this is an actual place. So it is Pine Grove State Furnace. There's Pine Grove State Park. I'm guessing... Ooh, this is ominous. Yeah, Pine Grove Furnace State Park. That's in Pennsylvania. Did the Baltimore and Ohio Railway go through Pennsylvania? Because if it didn't, then I'm starting to think this picture might not be quite as accurate as we thought it was. Anyway, I was walking back along the old rail bed that... Oh, hello, $20 from D-Man. Can you do an American accent for the next 3 paragraphs of the story? Oh boy. That's $20, so I gotta... I can't... I don't know what sort of American accent, because I can either do New York, Texas, or California. Like, there's no... I can't do specific states. I'm bad at that, but oh well. D-Man says Texas. I was walking back along the old rail bed that runs from Laurel Lake, a man-made lake, slightly larger than Fuller, at dusk and dune. I did not fear being alone in the woods after dark. I knew the woods and the mountain as well as the back of my hand, just like my father did before me. It had just turned fully dark when I noticed something peculiar. It was silent, dead silent. Roommates. People that are from the woods will tell you that it is almost never completely silent. There's always some critter rustling through the leaves, a cicada or crickets chirping, a great horned owl hooting its dominance. The fact that there was nothing unnerved me and made me anxious to get back to my cozy little cabin. So I increased my pace. I was more or less walking speed along this deserted, silent trail. The only sound I heard was my sneakers crunching on the cinders. Tall pine trees on both sides of the trail cast shadows down on me, making it difficult to see. I was just reflecting on how dark it was when I heard a sound I will never forget as long as I live. The long, lonesome wail of a steam whistle. I recognized it from the trip. Do I still have to keep going with the Texas accent? I recognized it from a trip to the Strasbourg Railway when I was younger. Nothing in the woods could replicate that sound. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I looked around. The place was as empty as a church on Monday. I was in a deserted part of the trail. The nearest cabin was 2 miles away in the opposite direction. I simply told myself that my mind was playing tricks on me and kept walking. Then I heard it again, and it was getting closer. Yeah, I'll stop. The main character is 12. This voice is perfect for him. Because naturally, every 12-year-old smokes a pack a day and sounds like Ford from Critical Role. Anyway, a faint light appeared behind me, so faint that it was barely recognizable as a light source. I told myself that it was swamp gas. It is quite a marshy area around the trail, and that my mind was continuing to pull sound out of nothing to make up for the silence. I kept walking, thinking about the fresh biscuits and wild grape jam to take my mind off things when I noticed that the light was slowly getting brighter. I had seen swamp gas lights before. They usually only lasted moments and weren't terribly bright. The main thing that told me this wasn't my mind was the ground. It was vibrating. The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight as arrows. Earthquakes weren't unheard of, but it felt and sounded like something heavy pounding the ground rather than a jarring movement of an earthquake. I was properly scared, thinking about wendigos and other supernatural monsters that lived in the woods. I stepped off the trail and crouched down by a thick pine tree, waiting for whatever it was to go by and let me go on with my business. I became aware of a slow snorting sound, making me again think of the giant 80-foot wendigos that turned people into cannibals with their touch. Oh, hold on a second. Whoa. Time. 80 foot? 80 feet? Is that how big wendigos can get? I thought wendigos, skinwalkers essentially, were just... Now correct me if I'm wrong on this. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe, correct me, but it's Native American folklore, and the idea is that a wendigo, aka a skinwalker, is a human being that has committed cannibalism and is possessed by a demon or something, and they become misshapen and malformed, and these large, gangly, unsightly, pale human beings that rip apart others. Like, a little bit of metamorphosis will take place, but 80 feet, Jesus Christ. Guys, I shouldn't have taken the Lord's name in vain. Oh dear. I think that's a typo. If anyone has access to the creepypasta wiki, I highly recommend you fix that typo, because someone says look outside your window, you might see some glowing eyes. I am not looking out my window after that. I realised that the light was growing brighter and the rumbling of the ground was slowing down. It came around a long sweeping curve as it crawled, slowing to a stop in front of me. It was a Big Six, a 210-2 Baltimore and Ohio operated locomotive, numbered 6666. 4 sixes, guys! Guys, it's the spooky number. 4 6s. Oh boy. Fun fact, by the way, the the actual devil's number is 616, not 666. But hey, that's just, I guess, misinterpretation throughout the years. It hissed to a stop, its giant driving wheels resting on the bare cinders. It was shrouded in a blue mist of steam and wore a deep black coat of paint that seemed to suck all of the available light into it except for the bright light on the front spotlight. From the front spotlight. The steam mist, when it hit me, turned cold. I bit hard on my knuckles trying to control myself. 2 blue lights were in its cab. As if on cue, one hopped down and crouched in the bushes for a moment. I heard the sound of stressed steel and clack. An invisible switch had been thrown by the ghost fireman. The blue light then took the opportunity to walk slowly around his 91-foot-long, evil-looking locomotive before casually climbing back up the ladder into the cab. When I saw the firebox open and I heard such a scream, the kind of scream you'd never want to hear again, the sound of someone being roasted alive. Almost as quickly as that had happened, the firebox door shut with a clang, and then a long, soulfully sad song of a whistle chimed again. Big Six puffed a blue cloud of steam up out of its short black smokestack. As it rolled slowly across the invisible switch, it took a sharp, almost 90-degree turn, much too sharp for any real locomotive, and puffed its way into the woods. The whole encounter probably lasted no more than 4 or 5 minutes, but believe me, I had seen more than enough. I did the rest of the trail at a dead sprint and didn't stop until I was in the cabin with the thick wooden door behind me. My grandparents, parents, and my friends have tried unsuccessfully to get this story out of me, and I had never talked about it until this day. The story about how I had seen one of the scrapped Big Sixes that burned people for fuel. That's... Train of thought, go to the first comment all the way at the bottom. It's funny. Actually, yeah, let me see what some of these comments say. There's only 8 comments, so I'll read most of them. Baltimore and Ohio owned 156 of the 210-2 Santa Fe type steam locomotives classified as the S, S1, and S1A locomotive categories of the Baltimore, Ohio operating roster. There are fireworks going off somewhere, and that's really not helping. 75 of them were built by Baldwin Locomotive Works of Philadelphia, PA, whilst the other 81 locomotives were built by the Lima Locomotive Works of Lima, Ohio. Lima, it's the same thing. I'm sorry I keep messing it up. They were numbered in the 6000s to 6030, 610, 6100 to 6224 series. Sadly, due to the dieselization of the B&O, all the railroad 210-2s were scrapped by 1960. Uh, 8 out of 10, that was quite good. I do realise there aren't many train creepypastas. There's a lot of car ones though. What about boats or planes? Oh, that's useful. I'll just open that in another tab real quick. That's car creepypastas. As a rail fan, there should be more train creepypastas, but seriously, this is a great story. I'd give it a 9. It's hard to be scared when you've got an audience, I guess, so I apologise. The one problem I personally had with this story is that the last of the Big Sixes was numbered 6224, and the road numbers of the class never reached 6300. Never mind the 660s. the 6600s. God, it's I'm a mess, boys. This is a problem because a good creepypasta makes you wonder if the story is actually real. It would help if it said one of the strange things about the whole experience, there was no locomotive with the number 6666 on the B&O roster or something along those lines. I just love this guy. It's a creepypasta. How much reality do you want? I love this. Someone has clearly gone out of their way to write some kind of train creepypasta, and Lucky and Friends 2 has just gone bit shit in it. A bunch of gibberish here says, or maybe they should have chosen another name. Needs more explaining. Boring as hell. Probably a death echo. Also, I didn't realise there were trains called Big Sixes that burn people fuel. Scare factor 5, thrill factor 2, storytelling 3, twists 7. Overall score 4 to 6. I love how this person, almost like a professional, was just, it's probably a death echo. Like, this person has encountered these creatures, these spectres, on such a frequent scale that he knows immediately what it is. It's a death echo. Oh dear. Big Six is real, but from what I can gather they burned coal, not people. Makes sense. Good grammar but poor storyline, 7 out of 10. And I just love, well, that was easily the dumbest fucking thing I have read all day. 1 out of 10. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, spooky sound. Oh, no. And then we've got this guy who just says, here's a related story on WordPress. Let's go see what this is on WordPress. I don't care. I disagree to all your things. Big Six, the Ghost Train. It's got 2 stars. It's just someone actually... Okay, I thought this was something else. No, this is just someone actually rating... Yeah, never mind. It's just someone rating the story. What we do have, though, is we've got a couple of other creepypastas, I guess. None of these are trains that we've just read Big Six, but that's it. Oh, those are the trending ones. Okay. Huh. Someone said they've sent a video version in stream highlights. Let's see. I'm not going to play it. I'd rather not play other people's content on stream. Let's see what else we got here. We've got Train Ride by Bex 0213. Let's see what this is. Ooh! Immediately we've got a spooky face. Hold on, let me just try and zoom out real quick. Come on. Zoom out. There we go. Hold on, let me just make it a smidge bigger. Okay, so the train ride by this person. Apparently this one isn't scary, but it's surreal, and it's... Okay, pretty short. We can get through this. It had been a long, tiring day at work. It was quiet as I waited alone for the train. It was a bit after midnight, and so dark that I could only see a square foot around me that the small light illuminated. Fortunately, I wasn't stuck waiting for long. Eagerly, I ran to Eagerly I ran to the train the second the doors opened. There were only 2 other men in the compartment. Not unusual for this time of night. The place reeked of smoke from the older man huffing on a cigarette. He took another long drag of it and watched me as I came in and took my seat. I sat and looked up at the other man sitting across from the smoker. He was only about 5 seats away, but his face was hidden by his hood, so I had trouble making out his features. His eyes, though, I could see those clearly. One was normal, but the other was red where it should be white. He stared shamelessly back at me with a tight, almost pained expression. I smiled at him, trying to break the tension, but he just stared. I looked out the window, trying to ignore his gaze, but I could still feel his eyes on me. The train lights began to flicker and went out for a moment. "Sorry, folks," said a voice over the static of the PA. "We're going to get maintenance on that in the morning. We apologise for any inconvenience." My stomach dropped, and I struggled to control my breathing. I reminded myself there was no reason to be afraid of the dark, and that I was a grown man, a tax-paying adult who, oh thank God, the lights were back on. I hadn't realised that my eyes were squeezed shut. Sighing, I opened them to see the man's unsettling eye staring directly into mine, from only 2 seats away. Bewildered, I looked over at the older man, who hadn't moved from his seat. He took another drag from his cigarette and coughed, acting like nothing had happened. The train rumbled down the tracks, and I was afraid to look back at the red-eyed man. I didn't want to. I didn't want to move or even breathe. I tried to convince myself that the whole thing was in my mind. Maybe I was just tired from a long day at work. Maybe I was just paranoid. And maybe he wasn't even looking at me. The lights flickered again and went out. I held my breath, waiting for the lights to come back. After a moment, they did. And he was in the seat next to me, his face only a few inches from mine. I leaned back. "What the hell, man? What do you think you're doing?" He didn't respond. Instead, the smoker angrily said, "Look, kid, if you wanted me to put out the cigarette, why didn't you just ask nice, okay? Not you, this asshole over here." The smoker stared at me for a second, confused. "It's just me and yous here, kid. You alright?" The red-eyed man hadn't moved or responded at all. The lights went out again. Alright. How simple. Simple short story. Am I scared? Not really. But it's a simple one. Like it's rule of 3, innit? I wouldn't consider this a Stephen King masterpiece, but hey, creative writing's hard. Alright. Any other suggestions? A couple ones here. Train of thought, I posted an entry from off-brand SCP that's basically a big boy that acts like a mobile coral reef and creates shadow people. Not very scary, but it's surreal. Actually, I wonder if there are any train SCPs. I want to open up the Discord real quick and see what we got. The RPC. It's not SCP, it's RPC. Let's see what we got here. Alright. RPC. Very, very SCP energy. I'll look up the some train SCPs after this one, but we'll see what this one is. Let's see. Registered phenomenon. Code 147. Object class. Beta yellow. Hazard types. Auditory hazard. Sapient hazard. Containment protocols. Ooh. There goes the sound again. Containment protocols. RPC 147 itself is self-contained, with the exception of RPC 147-1 instances. Due to their nature and sporadic manifestations, RPC 147-1 instances are currently unable to be contained. OL Site 147 has been established near the area circled around by RP147 and must be kept under observation by designated on-site personnel through use of various remote-controlled drones equipped with standard recording devices. All Husk events are to be appropriately recorded and archived, as well as any major changes in the entity's travel speeds. This is fun. OL Site 147 is to be disguised as an active ecological research station with wildlife preserve in a 50-kilometer radius, protected waters maintained around the site. These waters are routinely patrolled by... Okay, the description. 147 is a steam train, specifically a Union Pacific Railroad's 4000 class 4884 articulated steam locomotive, commonly known as a Big Boy. The surface of 147 is laden with what appears to be an isolated coral reef ecosystem, including an array of diverse marine life, such as various crustaceans, most notably barnacles, mollusks, gastropods, and echinoderms. I'm sorry. Sorry for any biology students here. However, it is currently unknown as to how this ecosystem is supported due to the little sunlight that reaches it. Additionally, 147's chimney also seems to act as a pseudo-hydrothermal vent that supports its own ecosystem alongside the reef, incorporating chemosynthetic bacteria as well as Rifter Paxillifera. I'm going to completely butcher that, I'm so sorry. It's currently located off the coast of Blank, Alaska, on the ocean floor of the Southern Sea, at a depth of approximately 1,205 meters. 147's engine measures approximately 26 meters in length. Was that how long the Big Boy was, including tender? Big Boy fans, it was probably about 26 meters. That probably sounds right. 147 is summarized to be operating on the ocean floor of the Arctic without rails. It is not currently known what fuels 147, however it is hypothesized to be the result of an anomalous biofuel originating from the localized ecosystem upon it. Due to the inherent properties of 147, this specific attribute is difficult to thoroughly study. The speed at which 147 travels underwater is approximately 330 kilometers per hour, which is notably much faster than that of an average steam engine. Boys. Hold on, let me translate that into miles per hour. So that's 205 miles an hour, which is what, 3 times faster than the Big Boys were meant to operate? Because I think they were limited to like 60 miles an hour. It is going 330 kilometers an hour. That is... What? Oh, I've never heard that cave sound before. That is ominous. I don't like that. Alongside the effects of prolonged exposure to the pressure of the ocean's depth, 147 possesses an extraordinary endurance. 147 travels along a set path that roughly circles around an area of the ocean floor, known as the Tarak Igloo by local people, later classified as SAA-08. Based off of folklore often told by the local tribes, this is supposedly the origin point of a race of anomalous entities. This area measures approximately 210 meters in length and 109 meters in width. 147 appears to follow a strict procedure in performing 6 to 8 revolutions before coming to a stop at the northmost point of SAA-08, which is notably the point closest to land. When this occurs, a husk event is undergone. Oh, this is layered, isn't it? Good God, this is layered. Following the stop, RPC-147 will produce a sound similar to those made by humpback whales. When this occurs, multiple, usually 10 or 11, humanoids cast in a black unidentified substance bearing similar consistencies to ink will exit 147 and dissipate soon afterwards. Multiple witnesses of entities possessing an appearance similar to these humanoids, hereby designated as instances 147-1, are reportedly in the nearby areas whenever a husk event occurs. The purposes of their presence are also unknown. Due to their nature, they are unable to be directly interacted with and will dissipate shortly after any attempts to contact them are made. It is notable that disappearances among the local people are not infrequent, and that these disappearances increase during a small period after a husk event. Despite this, the people currently residing in the nearby town have no qualms about this, or at least are exhibited no signs of such. Further investigation towards their involvement with 147 and instances of 147-1 are undergoing. I like that. It's bizarre, but that's kind of what I like about SCPs, is that it's an object, in this case a Union Pacific big boy, doing something completely bizarre. Just a train or a steam locomotive covered in coral, self-propelling itself across the ocean floor. I love just bizarre mysteries like that. Someone has posted a link to an SCP in the Discord, so let's go have a look at this. Oh, hey, it's a Great Western engine. Is that a hall? I believe that's a hall. No, it's not a hall, is it? It's a... Is that a hall or a castle? I can't... That's the thing with Great Western engines. You can never tell, because they all look alike. Like, don't get me wrong, I know there are like some differences here and there, but like in a situation like this, it's almost impossible to tell. I think it is a castle. Let's see. Special containment procedures for SCP-4748. Instances are to be implemented with tracking devices and their migrations escorted by designated Foundation vessels. Civilian ships approaching known surfacing locations are to be redirected. This is... okay. So it's alive. SCP-4748 is the group designation for a species of sentient aquatic steam locomotives. What? Okay, I don't expect. Why is it with putting steam locomotives in the ocean? I don't get it. I really don't get it. But okay. I need some more strawberry milk, Jesus Christ. I'm after scary stories, and this motherfucker here is putting trains in the ocean. Oh boy. Uh, 4748 instances remain fully functional when submerged and propel themselves through water at a top speed of 25 kilometers per hour through unknown means. Oh, someone says, is this engine friends with the beached Italian loco you did a video on? Yeah. Most likely. Actually, no, what am I saying? The beached Italian locomotive was one of these engines. Oh, dear. Dissection of this SCP instance reveals that their internal structure mainly resembles that of an 460 locomotive, with the exception of a fleshy, muscular heart-like organ wholly replacing the firebox, and 2 centimeter thick bundles of rubber-sheeted nerve fibers threaded throughout the body. DNA samples extracted from the tissue match approximately 15 species of crustaceans, primarily orca and sperm whale. Okay. These SCPs congregate in pods of 20 to 40 instances and are found in several isolated locations off the Arctic Ocean. SCP-4748 communicate with each other via train whistles. They typically remain at depths of 600 meters, surfacing approximately once every 12 months, with large 40-meter high breaches. These things fly out of the water, apparently. Oh, Jesus Christ. 4748 instances feed by ingesting through their chimneys. Their diets consist of krill, small fish, trash, and assorted flotsam. That's a what the fuck? That's a Minecraft cave noise? That's a jump scare. That's a jump scare noise. Also, the fact that they eat trash. Are these the creatures that are going to, like, eat that giant trash island in the Pacific? Oh boy. Pods of SCP-4748 that primarily feed on fish typically hunt using a technique similar to the bubble net feeding seen in humpback whales. The longest SCP-4748 instances will form their bodies into spiral shapes and emit large quantities of hot bubbling water from their smokestacks to blind prey, or smaller instances further corral the prey within the cylinder of hot water bubble. What? Oh god, during winter SCP-4748 instances grow a fleshy node on the rearmost car, which develops into an additional train car. This allows their age to be easily estimated. Instances have been cited with up to 119 attached cars. At the end of their lifespan, the last 2 to 7 cars detach and float to the surface. The remainder of the train ceases motion and sinks. After approximately 4 days, each detached car sheds its outer layers, becoming an SCP-4748 instance and returns to its previous depth. It replicates by growing more tenders. Okay. Upon the return of the newborn SCP-4748 instances, the pod will circle around them and nuzzle them affectionately. As the new instances grow, the members of the pod will surround them and keep them within the center of the pod. Juvenile SCP-4748 instances often cooperate to line up and attempt to intimidate the larger and longer adults. Following the most recent 4748 death, a submersible was launched to investigate and recover the carcass. The instant, composed of 51 train cars, had sank to a depth of 2,100 meters, where it was partially buried in sediment. The submersible identified 27 previously uncharacterized anomalous species resembling translucent sea cucumbers, spider crabs, hagfish, and isopods. These creatures all possessed crudely built metal shells and were burrowing into and inhabiting the SCP carcass. The creatures designated SCP-4748-1 broke down the metallic proportions of the SCP instance and incorporated them into their shells, while non-anomalous sea life feeds on the whatever feeds on the organic remains. The SCP-4748-1 instances subsequently scavenged and consumed the submersible. I have read some bizarre things in my life. This is up there. Like, for real. Oh god. I'm gonna look up SCP train. Okay, so we've got SCP-52. There's a couple of them, apparently. We'll see what we've got. SCP-52, Elucid. Containment procedures. Although it is not possible to remove 52 from the New York City subway system, its predictable behavior allows the Foundation to prevent the public from encountering it. The 59th Street ABCD station is to be closed to the public from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. on Saturdays and Sundays under the pretext of track maintenance. During that time, the station is to be staffed with agents from Mobile Task Force Gamma 6. Agents have been ordered to prevent accidental public access to the station and capture anyone seen leaving SCP-52. Anyone who has been on SCP-52 must be transported to Site-21 for debriefing and processing. Members of the public who see 52 may be released after administration of Class B amnesiac. Already I'm interested. SCP-52 is a Type R4 New York subway train. Official records indicate this train was built in 1932 and decommissioned for scrap in 1975. Nevertheless, it continues to appear on the Uptown AD track. On the AD track of the 59th Street and 8th Avenue station at 11:57 p.m. every Saturday. The train is in perfect condition and labelled as an A train. SCP-052 appears at the designated time, opens its doors to accept/discharge passengers for approximately 5 minutes, then closes its doors and disappears. It does not appear to ever contain passengers except for those leaving the train during its appearance. The majority of subjects that have boarded SCP-052 have not been recovered. Passengers leaving SCP-052 claim to have boarded from various dates from 1976 up to 2204. The latter claims he bought SCP... He thought SCP-052 was a 300th anniversary special train. Subjects retain no knowledge of time aboard. That's interesting. And there's a big list of like other things as well. Amendum: passengers leaving 52 must be brought to Site 21 and interrogated to determine their origin and possible threat to the current time stream. Generally, passengers from the past may be given Class A amnesiacs and reintegrated into society. Passengers from the future must be held indefinitely. Site 21 currently holds 26 recovered passengers. Despite our protocols to prevent public access, we are still receiving subjects from the future, although some are from alternate timelines. It is possible 52 will begin to appear at another place and time, requiring expanded containment. The Foundation has placed several subjects onto the train in an attempt to understand its activities when not visible. Test 1 in 2009. Agent Blank was placed on the train, not recovered from present date. Another one in 2009. Agent Blank enters the train, not recovered, as he apparently returned to 1980 and was killed in a confrontation with Blank. Test 3. See notes recovered on Test 4. After Test 3, 05 Command issued orders that no further agents should be risked as passengers on the SCP. Consideration has been given to using D-Class personnel in this place, but the risk of releasing them into the past is too great. And there's a whole bunch of different passengers that they've... Ooh. Oh, I actually got chills from that one. Okay, so that's good. Then we've got this one, which is 4424. Object class: it was Keter, but now it's safe. Due to the unpredictable nature of when and where 4424-1 events will occur, as well as the inheritable difficulty in immobilizing SCP-4424-2, no reliable method to contain or hinder 4424 has been discovered. After each 4424-1 event, an appropriate cover story explaining the disappearance of the train and all passengers is to be Oh god. Is this train just going to make people vanish? Okay, description. 4424 is a collection of events and entities. Any occurrence of 4424 begins with SCP-4424-1, which has the following conditions. A train must be currently travelling towards a station with people expecting to get on said train. The train must primarily carry passengers. There are tunnels within 4 kilometers before and after the station. At least 3 weeks must have passed since the previous 4424-1 event. If all of these conditions are present, the train will experience technical difficulties that force it to slow down and eventually come to a complete halt. Once the train has stopped, SCP-4424-2 will emerge from a tunnel by unknown means and travel towards the station. An automated message regarding the technical difficulties in the replacement train automated messages regarding technical difficulties and the replacement train, consistent with each station's method of communicating such occurrences, will inform those at the station to board SCP-4424-2 in lieu of the original train. SCP-4424-2 is a train whose appearance changes into a train of the same model and length as the one it's replacing. During the SCP event, 4424-2 will behave similarly to a regular train it replaced, having departed at its arrival times. However, upon entering the tunnel, the SCP and all of its inhabitants disappear by unknown means. No traces, remains, or contact has ever been found or established with any individual has disappeared on one of these events. SCP-4424-3, there's more to this, are 6 humanoid entities wearing uniforms identical to those worn by train employees of the company whose train is being intimidated. Instances of SCP-4424-3 perform the jobs their uniforms are corresponded to and have been observed to behave in a cheerful, welcoming manner. Each instance of SCP-4424-3 has a different appearance, most notably their apparent race. That's weird. That's some, like, nope shit right there. That's weird, but I like that. I like it. Just simple ghost story. You get on a train and you're never seen again. This is the kind of story I like, because now I'm thinking, well, do I get on a train the next time I want to visit home? Like, this is a good story. Because it's just vague enough that you're like, okay, but are people dying? Are they just disappearing? Like, what's going on? You don't know what happens to them. Oh, God. Okay, this is actually helping. ToT, chug a bit of the Welsh water. Fine. I'll chug $10 worth. That'll be 10 big gulps. Oh, boy. Yeah, I like this one. It's the right amount of vague, while at the same time it says everything while making you ask more questions. This is a well done SCP. Make notes, kids. This is how you write scary stuff. Oh, man. Oh, that is some... Sorry for anyone who didn't like listening to me chugging water. But hey, $10 to chug some of the water I got from Wales. Who am I to say no? Let's see if anyone's posted any other. Another SCP. 737. Let's see what this is. Oh, that's adorable. That is adorable. Look at that. SCP-737 shortly after feeding. Oh, let me just... Oh, look at that cute little fella. Look at how cute he is. Oh, I came here to read scary stories, and here I am with wooden trains. Oh boy. 737 is to be kept in a locked copper safe welded into the wall in a storage unit blank at site blank. While in its safe, 737 is to be placed on its side in order to prevent a containment breach. In the event of a containment breach, and staff are to attempt to incapacitate 737 without touching or destroying its front carriages. Oh boy. 737 is to be provided with 3 scent 3 cubic centimeters of wood every day via a robotic arm. Any additional carriages provided to 737 are to be removed from the main body and deposited back into the safe to restrict its movements. I like that the object class is safe. Why can't you touch this thing? That's what's concerning me. The primary aspect of 737 is the front carriage of a wooden toy train, approximately 5 centimeters tall, with 4 centimeters thick, and when without carriages, 6 centimeters long. X-ray analysis has revealed that the wooden proportion of 737 is an outer shell protecting a small brain and biological tissue that make up its actual body. 737 is able to independently engage in locomotion and does so constantly when given the opportunity. When 737 reaches an obstacle, it will, through a process as of yet unknown, absorb the material directly in front of it and usually incorporate it into itself in the form of a wooden train carriage. This process usually takes 5 to 20 seconds, depending on the density of the material, and will leave a tunnel in the object it makes its way through. I like this. 737 has demonstrated the ability to absorb most materials, including wood, metal, plastic, data expunged. 737 seems unable to use some substances to increase its mass, and will instead convert it into a gas, which is then released from its chimney. 737 appears unwilling to absorb copper and its own removed segments. SCP-737 is predatory and will favour living targets over inanimate objects. It eats things. It's a wooden train that eats things. Okay. 737 is likely vulnerable to damage, as the wood that comprises its outer shell shows no anomalous properties. Due to this, great care must be taken when handling 737, as the chances of 737 being a natural organism is extremely low. Any clues as to its origin are to be reported immediately. 737 was first discovered by the Foundation after a series of child disappearances in blank came to their attention. When the police received testimony of a toy train fleeing from the crime scenes, Mobile Task Force MU9 Toy Breakers was sent to investigate the matter, and despite losing blank of their group, were able to retrieve 737. Amendum. 737 size has recently increased dramatically. If 737 continues to grow at this rate, we may have to reconsider its containment procedures. Quote from Dr. Honey. At approximately blank on this date, containment breach of blank caused 737's regular feeding time to miss. 20 minutes after the containment breach, 737 began slowly absorbing the copper in its safe at a rate of around 1 centimeter per hour, releasing a toxic and opaque gas from its chimney. 737 was quickly brought under control by the timely actions of Research Assistant Blank, who described the gas as foul. It now appears that although 737 is unwilling to absorb copper, it does have the capacity to do so. Oh my god, that is... Here's the thing, though. When it says that it, absorbs elements, does it kill people? How does it do that? Because I imagine if it's got small little wheels, it'll roll along the floor and bump into your foot. Does it just bump into your foot and just you get a heart attack? It says it absorbs the body, but how quickly? Because it absorbs things it absorbs like a block of wood fairly quickly, but like an entire human being absorbed in a tiny toy train? Man, this thing's weird. SCPs, man. Someone's linked cursed images of trains with Minecraft train sounds. This isn't cursed trains, but you know what? Let's have a look at these, shall we? I know I don't like stealing other people's content. I think I would have seen most of these anyway. Still need to do a video on this. Oh, let me just reposition. Seen this one. How many of these would I have seen? Terrible paint job. I'm not feeling cursed, I'll be honest with you. That's just the frames of an electric engine, not cursed. That's the Black Beetle. I've done a video on that. Those are jet engines. Okay, right. I don't know if it's because I am a train nerd, or if I'm just weird, etc., etc. But when I see this picture, there's usually a bunch of comments of people being like, oh my god, that's like Cthulhu, that is like, oh, that's horrible, and it's like, not really. I get it's weird for some people to imagine like that the boiler's full of pipes, but like, imagine opening up a car engine and seeing a load of wires and mechanical bits inside and going, oh my god, it's like Cthulhu in there. I don't know. I guess this does look goofy as hell, but I don't consider this cursed. 'Cause I'm a brave boy. That's just me. A brave boy. Oh, also it turns out the Cave Noises video has come to an end. The 1 hour of silence occasionally broken by Spider-Man 2099 sound effect. Silence broken by Boo Womp. Stephen Payne. This one will do.
Was that the bite of 87?
So every now and then for the next hour we're just gonna hear that. Oh boy. That's a snowplow. Alright, that's a shitty Photoshop. I have... That's... Nah. I'm sorry, let's just go back a sec. I love that. I love this. Oh, cake slice. I love that someone's just seen... I've got to find the original picture of this train, because I love that everyone's just photoshopped this beyond belief. That's not cursed, that's just a train in India. That's a Garrett. What's cursed about... Well, Garrett's are pretty cursed when you think about it, but... fairly not cursed. Not gonna lie, I'm disappointed so far. Hey, it's the engine I kept calling Igor despite it actually having a name. I'm sorry, I should correct that video at some point. I've done a video on this one as well. That's just good Photoshop. I like this one. Because like the blurriness of it, it has an energy about it I like. Any more? Nope. Well, that was disappointing. Right, what else have we got? Someone's also posted a German ice train. Slightly scary, but I can't be bothered watching that. Let's see what else we got on Creepypasta Train. So, Midnight Train, the Nowhere Train. How long is Nowhere Train? This is a very long one. I'm gonna just not bother with that. Let's see. Last Train Home, Creepypasta. There's one just called Train. I think we read that one. Ooh! Ooh, it's a spooky Thomas face. Look at all the spooky Thomas faces. Guys, it's spooky Thomas. Look, he's got the black eyes, just like in the story I told at the start of the screen. Ooh! Sorry, just the Photoshop around the eyes. Oh, God. Thomas.avi. This is a Game Jolt game. What? I'm sorry. This wins. This wins for the most cursed train thing I have seen all day. That is... Woo! Oh my God. That is terrible. Hey guys, do you like my new Thomas OC? Guys, it's my new Thomas OC. Oh, sweet merciful Jesus. Oh, that's stupid. I'm gonna click off that just because it... Oh God, that's terrible. Oh, someone says they posted something in Discord. Oh. One of Africa's worst railway incidents. I'm sure railway accidents would be a kind of decent horror story, but at the same time, I'd rather not read about tragedies. I want ghost stories. I want spooks, you know? D-Man says, have you or will you watch the FNAF movie? Have you any thoughts? I do need to watch the FNAF movie. I've been meaning to. I want to. Yeah. You know what, actually, chat? I do have the first Five Nights at Freddy's game. If that's something you're interested in. Just abandoning all the train stuff and just playing Five Nights at Freddy's. Actually, let me hop onto Game Jolt. Because...
Was that the bite of 87?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Mark. Yes, it is. Oh, I have to sign up. I swear I had it. No, never mind, I don't. Sure, I'll consent. 5 Nights at Thomas. Because I remember reading somewhere someone had made a... Yes! We've got 5 Nights at Thomas's. Oh, good God. Do we play this? I'm tempted, you know. There's like communities of this. Come on, let's see what's 5 Nights at Thomas's by... let's see. Mr. Malos. Well, it looks like I'm playing 5 Nights at Thomas's. Alright, hold on. Let me close out of this real quick so I can play it. Oh, let me just download Five Nights at Thomas's. Let me just make a folder for it real quick. Oh boy, are we actually about to play Five Nights at Thomas's? Oh! Yeah, I'm gonna run it. Oh god. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, let me turn the volume down for you guys a little bit. Bear with me a sec. I'm gonna go pee. Because this is... Oh boy, I'm gonna pee real quick. Because it's relevant, I'll just play this. There we go. Star Tom. Star Tom made this. Subscribe to Star Tom. Listen to this. Oh boy. Right. Hold on, actually, wait a sec. Let me... There, perfect. Enjoy while I go pee. I completely forgot. I've still got the Bite of 87 thing going. So we're gonna get jump scared. We're going to get jump scared by both the game and Markiplier playing it. Oh god. But I'll let the song finish playing. Oh, this is the stupidest fucking stream. Spooky. Okay. Like, it's just the eyes glistening black and the face getting bigger. This is... I want to turn it down just a tad, just so it's not like completely deafening you all the time. Someone says lights off. Oh, are we doing the thing where I did for... I'm going to do the thing we did for Choo Choo Charles. I'm going to light a candle. This baby powder scented candle. Will you ever consider playing the original FNAF trilogy? Well, not originally, ONAF trilogy. Oh, One Night at Flumpty's. Is that what it's meant to be? Probably not. I'm not really a horror guy. But it's getting quite hard to light this. Bear with me a sec. That. Oh, you son of a... I'm having to light this little stick of wood I just happen to have on my desk in order to light the candle. No, you... So I lit this bit of wood only to blow it out immediately because I'm just the most intelligent person in the world like that. Alright. Okay. So I've not burnt down my house, but the lights are off. Oh god, it is so dark in this room right now.
Was that the bite of 87?
Oh god, this is the most terrible thing I've done in such a long time. Oh my god. Oh my god, the candle won't light. Hold on, I've got a little electric candle here somewhere. I would like a little bit of light so I can see what I'm doing. If you don't mind. Oh, for God's sake. Where is it? Oh no. God, we've been on the title screen longer than I'll probably end up playing the game. Here we go. There. I've got a tiny little electric... This barely emits any light. Oh no. Okay, let's play.
Hello and welcome to Thomas.
Click and hold to use the hallway light. Do not open...
I'll be your conductor.
Do not open the door until Thomas leaves.
I'm here to fill you in on what you need to do for your job as a security guard at Thomas's Pizzeria. Oh, and some other useful information that you may be able to use as... Oh, okay.
What is this intro?
Other useful information that you may be able to use is that... Shut up! Sorry, Mom. I'll be right there.
Oh, so I've got to keep it stoked with coal. What is going on?
You need to put coal for this, by the way. Better not. Mom, get out of my room. Mom. Mom.
What the f...
Oh God.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck? What? What? Okay.
Hello and welcome to Thomas.
Was that the bite of 87?
Oh, sorry, I hit escape and that apparently closes the game. So, whoopsie-doo. Oh my god, this is the most game of all time.
Hello and welcome to Thomas.
Oh, so I get it. I have to keep my light shining down the hallway. Does that... That's probably why I didn't see Thomas. Truly a masterful experience this is turning out to be. Well, let me shovel in some more coal. Like, I don't see him. I'm trying to read what it says on that fat controller poster, but am I just waiting for... Oh, no. Oh, boy. He just appears. Okay. So I basically have to keep the coal bunker topped up. And make sure... Oh, for God's sake. Oh. I think we've seen all there is to see with this game. God's sake. I'm turning my light back on. This is stupid. Oh, Christ. Oh, Lord. ToT, why don't you just watch poorly made train fact videos? They're just as scary. Oh, dear. Oh, let me just close out of that. I'm just trying to think what other scary games we've got. I do have, and I'm not joking, I do have the original FNAF, which is, I think we can all agree, a lot better structured than whatever that was. Oh, someone's posted an entire book in the suggestions. Let's see. Someone's posted a link to Amazon Prime, which is Train Quest. Someone says the story of a guy and his girlfriend who gets shrunk down to a HO scale railway. Someone's posted an entire book by William F. Nolan. That's a little longer than I'm going to read, I'm afraid, combined with the fact that it is like the picture quality. I'm not saying it's a terrible picture quality. You've taken decent pictures, but it's... Yeah, I'm not going to be bothered. Let's see. Talk about that awful Clinchfield 311 story for Gits and Shiggles. What is... I'm looking that up real quick. So it's... what was it? Clinchfield 311. Yeah, what is Clinchfield 311? Clinchfield 311/Demon 311 is a reskin of Frisco 1522. In real life, the Clinchfield Railroad had a 280 with the number 311. This locomotive built by Baldwin Locomotive was blah 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 blah. What happened to Timothy the Ghost Engine? Oh, it's a Thomas thing. Why? Hold on. Why is Clinchfield 311 on the Winnie the Pooh Adventures wiki? Let me just... I'm not making this up. Clinchfield Demon 311. Pooh's Adventure wiki. What the hell is this? Oh, that's a paragraph of thing. Oh, and every night on Halloween nights, the highway and... blood red headlamps screaming she's arrived on the island of Sodor to sick. I'm not. For the sake of my sanity, I'm not reading this. Don't go any further, ToT. It's literal asbestos. ToT, apologies for the pain of it, but have you heard of the Ghost of Marshall Pass? Let me look that up. The Ghost of Marshall Pass. Legends of America. Let's see. No, I don't. Oh, I didn't want to accept all. Sorry. So, oh my god, so many ads. One sec. Let me just not give these. Let me just make sure this stream doesn't get sponsored by anyone I don't want.
Was that the bite of 87?
I completely forgot I had that going. Oh no. Thank you for the input there, Mr. Plyer. Soon after the rails were laid across Marshall Pass, Colorado, where they go over a height of 12,000 feet above sea level, an old engineer named Nelson Edwards was assigned to a train. He had travelled on the road with passengers behind him for a couple of months and met with no accident. But one night, as he set off for the drive, he fancied that the silence was deeper, the cannon darker, and the air frostier than usual. Okay, so it's a dark night, the air's colder, etc., etc. So we're off to a good start for a ghost story, no. A defective rail and an unsafe bridge had been reported that morning, and he began the long ascent with some misgivings. As he left the first sign of the snow shed, he heard a whistle echoing somewhere among the ice and rocks, and at the same time the gong in his cab sounded, and he applied the brakes. The conductor ran up and asked, "What did you stop for?" He asked, "Why did you signal to stop?" "I gave no signal." Pull her open and light out. We've got to pass number 19 at the switches, and there's a wild train climbing behind us." Edwards drew the lever, sanded the track, and the heavy train got underway again. The whistles behind grew nearer, sounding danger signals and turning a curve. Sorry, I'm shit at reading. Edwards drew the lever, sanded the track, and the heavy train got underway again. But the whistles behind grew nearer, sounding danger signals, and in turning a curve, he looked out and saw a train speeding at him at a rate that must bring it against the rear of his own train if something were not done. He broke into a sweat and he pulled the throttle wide open and lunged into a snowbank. The cars lurched, but the snow was flung off, and the train went roaring through another shed. Here was where the defective rail had been reported. No matter, a greater danger was pressing behind. The fireman piled on coal until his clothes were wet with precipitation, and the fire belched from the smokestack. The passengers, too, having been warned of their peril, had dressed and were anxiously watching the windows, for talk went among them that a mad engineer was driving behind them. As Edwards crossed the summit, he shut off steam and surrendered his train to the force of gravity. Looking back, he could see a faint light from new snow that the driving wheels of the rear engine... Sorry, this is... I don't know what it is, but the way this is worded and the way it's formatted out, it just makes it awkward for me to read. Looking back, he could see by the faint light from the new snow that the driving wheels on the rear engine were bigger than his own, and that a tall figure stood atop the cars and gestured frantically. At a sharp turn in the track, he found the other train but 200 yards behind, and he swept around the curve. The engineer who was chasing him leaned from his window and laughed. His face was like dough. The hell does that mean? Snow was falling and had begun to drift in the hollows, but the trains flew on. Bridges shook as they thundered across them. Wind screamed in the ears of the passengers. The suspected bridge was reached. Edward's heart was in his throat, but seemed to clear the chasm by a bound. Now the switch was in sight, but number 19 was not there, and the brakes were freed. And as the brakes were freed, the train shot like a flash. Suddenly a red light appeared ahead, swinging to and fro on the track. As well as to be running behind as to crash into an obstacle ahead. He had heard the whistle from the pursuing locomotive yelp behind him, yet he reversed the lever and put the brakes on for a few seconds. Oh god, I'm reading this too quickly. Yet he reversed the lever and put on brakes, and for a few seconds lived in a hell of dread. Hearing no sound now, he glanced back and saw the wild train almost leap upon his own, yet just before it touched, the track seemed to spread. The engine toppled from the bank, and the whole train rolled into the canyon and vanished. Edward shuddered and listened. No cry of hurt men or hiss of steam came up, nothing but the groan of the wind as it rolled through the black depth. The lantern ahead, too, had disappeared. Now another danger impended, and there was no time to linger, for number 19 might be on its way ahead if he did not reach the second switch before it moved out. The mad run was resumed, and the second switch was reached in time. As Edwards was finishing the run to Green River, which he reached in the morning ahead of schedule, he found written in the frost of his cab windows these words: "A freight train was wrecked as you saw. Now that you saw it, you will never make another run. The engine was not out of control, and four section men were killed. If you ever run on this road again, you will be wrecked." Edwards quit the road that morning and returning to Denver found employment on the Union Pacific. No wreck was discovered the next day in the canyon where he had seen it, nor has the Phantom train...
Was that the bite of 87?
Yes, it was. Oh, that caught me really off guard. Nor has the Phantom train been seen in chase of any engineer who has crossed the divide since that night. So basically, he was chased by a ghost train and may have almost ran into another one. Bro is just not having a good time with these trains, is he? Someone's posted a video, Ghost Train 13. No idea what that's about. Someone's posted a poem I made about a guy who just watches trains and witnessed a guy get into and get pushed off the platform. This is by Ye Olde Sea Witch on the Discord server. In a station full of light, fraught with discord, fraught with strife, where vagrant smoke and litter's rife, I just watch the trains go by. An executive on his way to work, a girl spills coffee on her skirt, a custodian mops up the dirt, I just watch the trains go by. The ticket agent leaves her shift, a child opens up his gift, a skateboarder moving like a swift, I just watch the trains go by. The conductor looking all around, a caller's phone drops to the ground, an announcement express is now inbound, I just watch the trains go by. At the pretzel cart, the smell of bread, a pigeon coos and cocks its head, the safety markings go unread, I just watch the trains go by. An argument grows into a fight, a man gets pushed off out of spite into the path of an oncoming light, I just watch the trains go by. Caution tape, cops move with haste, imagining what he has faced, but no details will go to waste, for I watched that train go by. That's quite nice. I like that. That's good. How long did it take you to write that? It was for a film school assignment. Okay. I mean no offense when I say that does sound exactly like something you'd write for like a film or like a writing school assignment. D-man, some guy gets doinked ToT. That was nice. Hey, what can I say? It was well structured. It was a nice little poem. Who am I to argue? Yeah, someone's posted the Ghost of Marshall Pass in the Discord again. They didn't let you film on the platform, not because of the camera, but because of the tripod. What can I say? Filming around public stations in public areas, it's always awkward, okay? I'm just trying to think, what other ghost train stories do I know? Because we've got all these. Big Six, there's a station beyond the end of the line. I like the thumbnail for this one. I don't know if you can quite make it out, but it is just... it's just a British diesel engine, a passenger diesel, but with like loads of like a red filter over it, because there's nothing more scarier than British diesel locomotives. Oh boy. Here we go, here's a Wattpad collection. What's this? If you wait at any given train station on a certain date, a train will appear that isn't on any schedule. If you board the train, you will find the interior, regardless of the battered exterior, will be very elegant and old-fashioned. Have a seat and enjoy the train ride. The steam engine is beautiful. Plush seats, exotic decor, gorgeous windows, and elegant colour schemes. The crew are refined and very eager to please. The ticket takers engage in conversation. Every half hour or so, a waiter comes by to offer you the most select dishes. The landscape rushing by outside is incredibly lush and lovely. Lakes and mountains, deep forests and pristine beaches. Don't try to recognize any of it. Not a single tree or peak or grain of sand corresponds to any known geography. You are not alone. The train is full of passengers. Some are dressed like you. Some are in clothing you recognize as ceremonial and foreign. A few are dressed very elegantly, in luxurious fashions at least 150 years out of date. Others sport fashions you do not recognize and carry items, electronics, accessories that you've never imagined. When the train makes its fourth stop, this will take several hours, get off. If you disembark beforehand, you will disappear. If you manage to return, and some do, you will speak a different language, one completely unknown to our world. You will panic and weep for days on end. You will not eat. You will pine for the world you left behind until you die. If you disembark after the fourth stop, nobody knows. Do know that every once in a while a dismembered corpse is recovered from the rails near the boarding platforms. Typically, these bodies are rotted masses of only vaguely recognizable as humans. Despite the advanced decomposition and the mess, they appear very suddenly, often in the time it takes to blink. Many of the victims remain unidentified due to simply the appalling states of the remains. Those identified, however, all had stained and battered train tickets on their person, dated days, weeks, even months and years prior. People will tell you the victims tragically fell or even threw themselves onto the rail wells. But surely, you know better. That's simple. It's like one of the other stories we read. I'm trying to say, what the fuck? What is this? Creepypasta. I found Tommy the train engine in an abandoned sewer. And there's just this AI generated monstrosity right here. I'm intrigued. I'm too intrigued. I have to know what this is. You're all with me, right? Like, you gotta know what this is. You are interested as well. Like,
Was that the bite of 87?
Yep, I think this... Oh, God. Oh, boy. Someone says that looks AI generated, probably because it is. Oh, God. You know what? Oh, what? We're watching this. A title... I found Tommy the train engine in an abandoned sewer. I'm ready for some shithousery right here.
Hello.
This 42 minutes. This is 42 minutes long. Do I watch the whole thing? Do I watch the whole thing? I could. It's on YouTube, right? T-Man says times 2 speed. That's a good idea. Oh, let me see if I can... Okay, no, that just opens the link on another page. Oh, let me copy the link. Let me see if I can look it up on YouTube.
With Olio intent.
Oh, shut up, adverts. Okay, so this is... Terrifying story voiced by Mrs. Nightmare. Ah, here we go. We've got the entire transcript here of the whole video. So let's do cogs and gears. Let's see. Rising up, pushing aside the scrap and the wreckage with grinding and clattering shards and pistons. The massive metal blue box, it groans and twists around. Tommy, I whisper, my throat dry and cracked. Madison, says the voice. Madison, is that you? The massive blue box is the machine's body. It cracks and spreads out. It raises up unsteadily onto its enormous clanking metal legs. 8 spindly iron legs like a spider. It sends out a rumble through the shadows, blinking yellow LEDs shivering it across its monstrous form. Oh my god, it is just Choo Choo Charles. This is Choo Choo Charles. Let me scroll down a little bit here. You can't leave. You can't leave me. Ride the tracks. You have to play, Peter. You have to play. Oh god, let me skip through a little further. Oh jeez, this is... Oh boy, this is a ride. So maybe I'm not gonna watch Tommy the Train Engine. Oh no. This is stupid. Anything? What's been posted in Discord? The Garside Fell disaster. A tornado chases a train. That's one someone wrote. Love that ToT went incognito, so no one will know he watched any of that. It's as bad as Thomas the Tank Engine R34. Probably. This is god awful. Alright, you know what? A lot of these are going to be like reading, etc. and so forth. So what happens if we type in scary train and see what comes up on videos? Escaping from scary train, Choo Choo Charles, scary train game. That's a haunted house train. That's a ghost train ride. Hey, I'm famous. Scary train on Kirby Farm. If you ever see Scary Thomas the Train.exe at these haunted... What is this?
With Oleo Intense, I can
If you ever see Scary Thomas the Train.exe at these haunted railroad tracks, run away fast. I have to know. Oh my god. Hold on, let me just zoom in so you guys can see how this guy titles his videos. All by Stromedy, which is, if you see Santa Claus outside your house, lock your doors. If you ever see this on the front door of your house, call 911. Drone catches real demon. You won't believe what my drone caught on camera. Drone catches slices the demon. You won't believe what my drone found at this abandoned... That's a crashed plane. What the fuck has it got to do with goddamn Pennywise? If it's Saturday, don't click this video. They are watching. 2 hours long. Oh my god. Sorry, what are the comments on the video? I like how I'm chilling in my room watching a grown man trying to find a train from a children's show. Oh, sweet Jesus. Okay, this has to be a parody, right? I can't skip the ad, so we'll just scroll down while the ad's playing. This has to be a parody. D-Man says, I know what I'm doing on Saturday. Oh, sweet God. Oh, if you see Thomas the Train.exe. Oh my, there are so many of these awful videos and thumbnails. I don't care about your chocolate burgers. Shut up. Alright, this is loud. I'm turning this down.
Was that the bite of 87?
Thank you, Markiplier. Not yet. Sweet Jesus, turn your...
What the hell is going on, guys? Hope you guys are all having a fantastic freaking
Oh, no, I hate him already. I hate him already. Oh, God, do we back out now? I want to see Thomas.exe. I want to see the scary Thomas the Train.exe.
Okay, no. We're not gonna start this.
Alright, let's just skip forward.
A train with the happily YouTube and Stromedy Squad. We couldn't be left out. You guys know we're the most savage of them all. And if they can do it, then we definitely can.
What's
you
he on
guys
about?
don't know what Thomas the Tank Engine looks like. This is literally what he looks like, guys. He's supposed to be just a train. Like literally a train.
Oh, he's a happy train. Okay, let's just...
Who knows?
Oh, here we go.
Dude, I don't know, but apparently when you get him mad, he turns from this into this.
Ooh, don't get Thomas mad. He'll turn into a creepypasta edit.
Squad. He grows legs and becomes like a spider train thing, dude. It's really freaking weird. It's like
so are these guys gonna go hunting for Thomas the Train then? So I can feel my remaining number of brain cells going into the negative.
See him today, that's gonna make him mad.
Okay, I'm just gonna skip ahead.
With Oleo Intense, I
Oh
can
my
reinvent
god.
myself.
And we got another ad. Okay, so we'll just ignore that for the time being. Ah, sweet. Anyone posted anything good in the Discord? There's a UFO encounter. I'll give that a watch later. There's a phantom brakeman. Engineers recall seeing a phantom train. Again, I'm not keen on watching a lot of other YouTuber stuff, but my curiosity is genuinely piqued
of these
with
videos
this
is we
guy.
literally just take the drone up and we don't gotta worry about it. The drone.
It's been 4 minutes. How are you still talking about your fucking drone?
Just does work. If we don't find anything here, then we can always go a little bit more up the track to the more like secluded parts where it would. Yeah.
Okay, so
Thomas the Tank. He's like a good one in that train or whatever it is.
there's some nice drone shots. Another ad. Bro is really squeezing the ad revenue out of this shit, isn't he? They haven't even left the car. It's like 8 minutes. Good gravy. Like actual good gravy. Okay.
Right now. Holy crap, look, you can see all of Toronto. Zoom in there.
So they're in Toronto.
Oh, look, there's the CN Tower.
Yeah, you can see the whole CN Tower. It's like a power. It's known from like all over the railroad right there. See if you can notice the country, because this is stated.
So they're flying a drone down a railroad track. That's as much as I understand.
He could also, so he could hit.
With Olio intense.
How am I still get another Schwarzkopf? Okay, how many of these ads have we had? I'm genuinely trying to like. This is like the 3rd, 4th one. Bro's really squeezing that monetization, isn't he? We've had... It's 7 minutes. We've had like 3, 4 ads in 7 minutes. I'm invested at this point. Okay. When's Thomas gonna show up? I don't care about your choco cakes. I really don't. Oh my sweet merciful Jesus. Is it gone? Nope. There's an Adobe advert. I use DaVinci Resolve. Okay, they're at a bridge. Where's Thomas? Where's Thomas? So they're just flying this drone around.
Nah, that looks like a bridge. Like a creepy bridge to you?
Okay, dude.
Look, it's a...
Oh my, Thomas along the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, so let's just keep following it.
Hold on. Have they found abandoned tracks and they're just going, guys, Thomas might be here?
Okay, dude, be careful. Yo, we might lose a signal. Yo, look!
Oh, wait, that is the railroad track.
That's it right there. That's what I was talking about.
So do you think
so it's a lot easier to see than I thought.
Yeah. What the hell? That was really easy.
Oh my god, dude, should we follow it?
Yeah, of course, dude.
It'll take us to the main railroad. Maybe we'll see Thomas along the way.
Dude, yeah, that's what I'm saying, so let's just keep following it then. That's what we came here to do.
Right, I'm intrigued. I want to see this abandoned railroad track. I might go there in person if I ever get the chance.
Okay, we are out on Thomas because of...
With Olio
And
intense.
another advert! Sweet merciful Jesus! My next prediction is they are going to see him and they are going to call Thomas a train. My prediction is that he's not going to show up at all, or he's going to be very crudely edited in. Like, that's my call on this. Like, this is my hot prediction.
Fast, dude.
Yeah, just go like up and down this area right here. Remember how he said he hides in the forest lines?
Yeah.
This could be like...
Okay, so there's a bunch of
Thomas
people
is in
crossing the
there.
train tracks. There's a bridge.
Oh! Did you see?
Wait, why is it glitching now?
I don't know. It's like,
There he is, boys! There he is! There he is! Let's see that again. Let's see it again.
Wait, why is it glitching now?
I don't know.
Woo! There he goes! Wow. Oh my sweet God. Okay, let's take this frame by frame. Okay. Oh boy. So, look at the quality of that PNG. Look at the quality. And it's not even... Hold on, is that... I'm just trying to figure out if that... No, the angle doesn't... Does the camera angle on it change? Like, did they film this in, like, Gmod or something and green screen out? Because, low-key, I can't tell. The resolution's that shit. I can't tell if the camera angle on Thomas changes. There's no way they fully 3D rendered this. Also, this, without question, is just like a stock image of the railroad line that they then put that over. Because, like, they're flying a drone. It would be moving, surely. Oh, God. 14 minutes. 14 minutes and, like, 5 adverts it's taken us for...
Alright, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, get up there. Wait, why is it glitching now?
I don't know. It's like, oh! Did you...
And then it cuts to this. Oh my god, guys. Scary Thomas the Train is real. He's in Toronto and he's gonna get ya.
See that?
Yo, did you see that? Let's do that. What the fuck?
Let's skip
Dude,
it.
he's literally right there.
What the?
Whoa.
What? Okay. Oh my god. Right. This is what we're here for, boys. This is what we're here for. So they're following the tracks.
Oh, yo!
Look at him!
Oh!
Look at that. Oh god. This. The wheels are white, first of all. I appreciate that he's driving on the correct side of the tracks. As in, this is the side of the tracks he'd be on if he was in the UK. So let me just shrink this back down and make the perspective.
Was that the bite of 87?
Oh my god. And it's the fact that... Hold on. No, I didn't mean to full screen it. Okay, so if you look, his eyes, they do the thing where they wiggle from side to side like he's a fucking take and play toy. He's not even on the tracks. This wheel is on the... Oh my god.
Follow him!
Oh, there he goes.
Oh my god, he's right there!
Hold on, was he about to fly? The camera angle...
Follow him!
I love this as well, because this is clearly edited footage with just a live screen cap recording on the side. Okay. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so his wheels are turning. Okay, the perspective's alright. But then for a moment, just at the end, it looks like he doesn't shrink enough, so it looks like he's just about to take off.
He's right there! Dude, he's literally right there!
Oh my god, this is so awful. Yeah, because you're totally keeping up with a train with a drone. Also, like,
Thomas the Tank.
look how steady he is compared to the rest of the
Look, he just
footage.
passed by again! Where'd he go now? Where'd he go? Yo, look for him.
Oh, let me guess. He's gonna come out the woods.
He's so mad that we were following him on the drone. He's definitely...
He's gonna come out the woods. He's gonna come out the woods and get some. He's gonna come out the woods and get
Yo,
him.
what's he doing? I think he's just like going... Dude, do you think we're... Dude, he's super mad!
What the
Oh my god! Yo, that's... He's just...
Oh, he's a spooky spider, boy. He's a spooky spider.
Oh my god, dude, do you think we're gonna make him mad?
Oh my god, it's the same. It's the same picture from earlier. It's the same shot.
Oh my god!
Look at him face. Look at his head jiggling around. Look at that. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. He is. Oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm Thomas. Oh, I'm gonna get you.
He's the spider version now. He's mad, dude. He's super mad.
Oh my god. I love how like one of the legs is barely even moving.
We've never seen anything like it. Look, Thomas the Tank Engine.
Oh, it's the same shot as earlier, but they've just added the wiggling spider stuff.
He's got EXE form. He's super evil right now. He's got his spider legs out, dude. Look, see? There he is.
There he goes.
Oh my god.
But he's tiny. He's tiny. Why is he so tiny? Like, don't get me wrong, if I saw that, I'd still piss myself, because that's about the size of a large dog. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is... Well, I thought we were in for a night of horror, ladies and gentlemen, and it seems that we have found it. Oh god. Merciful Christ, this is... Let's keep going. We've got 2 more minutes.
Stromedy Squad. Dude, he's in his freaking evil form.
Yum yum yum. Look at him, yum yum yum. Schwarzkopf ad. Of course we get one. Oh my god. This has to be parody, right? Hold on. Do not attempt to recreate any of the content in this video. All people features in this video are adults, and anything you watch here is all done in a controlled, safe environment to serve the viewer's entertainment purpose. To view for a viewer's entertainment purpose. Hold on, let me just pause it here again real quick. The
drone. We should get the drone out of there.
This is freaking insane, guys. We are actually witnessing here on the Stromedy channel. Here first on the Stromedy channel.
Oh, yeah, and there's the clip again. It's the same... Oh, wait, where do you go clip? Oh, my...
Official video of the drone. We promised...
Okay, so they're going to go at the drone. Where are they going to see him?
The road? No?
They're going to see him.
Is that the bite of 87?
Yes, it is, mate.
Send us all your pictures. Where Stromedy Squad are the hell out of here. I will see you in the next one. And as always, peace! Stromedy Squad, our Prime Capital team merch is available.
This is... Hold on, let me check the about, because this has to be... Welcome to the official Stromedy show, created and played by Kyle Godfrey. Stromedy is a character known for his crazy, adventurous, thriller-style videos. Here's the thing, nowhere here. Here we go. 3 AM challenge, scary videos, adventure videos, mocking thriller. Okay, so I appreciate the fact that they know this is satire. That like they're making this satirically. Oh god. How many views did that video have?
With Olio in 10.
This has 7.5 million views after being uploaded basically 2 years ago. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. This is... Someone says it was still scary. Oh, you poor little thing. Oh dear. This scariest ghost train in the UK? Question mark. Right, what
With
is?
Olio in 10.
Why am I being recommended hair care products? I'm not. I'm not going to say that out loud. I don't want to jinx myself. Terra Castle POV. Breen Leisure Park, Somerset, England. Fastest ghost train I've ever... Oh, it's a ghost train ride. It's not an actual ghost. Silly me. Alright, let me hit all. Let's see what we get for scary train. Ghost train, the Wikipedia article for ghost train. Florida ghost train. I'm sorry, guys. This has turned into a bit of a disappointing night for actual scary stories. Hair dye stream when? Oh dear. What's this? The Steam game? This has got my interest. It looks to be either Japanese, maybe? I don't know what this is meant to be. It's looking spooky. Mostly positive reviews. Fair enough. Let's see what's going on in the Discord. Kisagari Station. Residual Haunting. Psycho Train trailer. Eerie. Someone says, what if cursed trains? What if? What about them? Google Play, Chew Horror Train Scary Game. Oh my god, is this a port of Choo Choo Charles? This is just a port of Choo Choo Charles. I can install it for free, apparently. Are you a big fan of horror games and interested to try new horror adventures? Then play this Cho Cho Charles horror game in the Jungle Evil Train Escape games. Cho Choo Train Horror Escape Game is a new style of horror escape game. The only way to escape from this ghost forest is to move forwards in the Cho Cho train engine fire and find out the way to target this old engine and bullets fire on the train engine and save yourself from the scary Choo Choo Charlie's train engine in the haunted forest, and no one will help you. Because fearless and use machine gun from the weapons inventory you have and fire on the scary horror Cho Cho Charles train engine and enjoy amazing thrilling games with your friends. Oh. The only thing more horrifying than the game is the grammar. Oh no. Oh dear. Are there any comments? Is there like a comment section? I'm going to flag as inappropriate. No, that takes me to a different thing. Okay. Oh god.
Was that the bite of 87?
Oh my god. Oh god. Ooh. Alright, let's try. Instead of Scary Train, we'll have a Scary Train story. Oh, there has to be something here. Here we are, The Ghost Train by L.E. Jenkins. How many pages is this? Oh, okay, I found an entire short novel. That's the Wattpad story. Top 5 weirdest haunted railroad stories. Oh, I think I've read this. This is what I got one or two of this year's Halloween videos from. So it's Abraham Lincoln's Funeral Train. I've done that. Working overtime at a railroad museum. Not done that. Spooky stamp of spooky approval. Ghost Trains, Fact or Fiction. And the Murder Spirits wrote. Yeah, that's Duffy's cut. That's where I got that one. Top 5 weirdest haunted... No, that's just the one I just clicked, wasn't it? Hey, I know that guy. A ghost train, horror on the tracks. What's this? The Man in the Middle, scary stories to tell in the dark wiki. I'm already intrigued. Go away, ad. The story, it was almost midnight. Sally Truitt had just gotten on the subway train at 50th Street after visiting her mother. Don't worry, Sally had told her, the subway is safe. There is a policeman on duty, but that night she didn't see one. Except for her, the subway car was empty. At 42nd Street, 3 tough-looking men got on. 2 of them were holding up the third, who looked drunk. His head rolled from side to side, and his legs refused to work. When they got him seated between them, his head came to rest on one of his shoulders. Sally thought he was staring at her. She buried her head in a book and tried not to notice. At 28th Street, one of the men stood up. Take it easy, Jim, he said to the middleman, and he got off. At 23rd Street, Jim's other friend stood up. You'll be fine. He got off. Now the only ones left in the car were Jim and Sally. Just then, the train went around a sharp curve, and Jim pitched onto the floor at Sally's feet. When she looked down at him, she saw a trickle of blood on the side of his head, and just above it, a bullet hole. Wow. That is a fantastic short story right there. I like that. That was simple, but I like it. They roll onto the... Just get on a train with a dead body, pretend like he's drunk. One of them gets off at one station, one of them gets at the other. And only when it's too late does it drop on the floor and it's got a bullet hole in the back of his head. That is a fantastic story, I have to say. Short, sweet, to the point. Love it. Charles Dickens is a signal man. Let's see, how many more of these scary stories do we have? The Haunted Train, True Scary Stories Animated. 4 True Accounts of Railway Horror. Forbidden Ghost Train Stories by Sam's Trains. Dare I Mock the Man Himself? I dare not. Ghost Train, that's Man in the Middle, that's good. I'm starting to run dry here, folks. Let's see, is the Discord spouted anything fruitful? More cursed trains. There's the Phantom Brakeman. You know, I'm going to see what this UFO encounter one is, just because I don't know what it is, but UFO encounters always weird me out. I don't know what it is, but they just make me go, ugh. So, Cal Unit Productions, okay. I'm going to take a guess this is a ARG, like an alternate reality game, where like they make it look like it's real, but it's faked in order to tell a story. I'm taking a guess. This week's video is a recreation of the Paintsville UFO incident, where a CSX crew recalled an incident with a UFO while operating a coal train. Just adjust. Kentucky State Police have recreated a mock-up of what the incident looked like according to conductors' recollections. Note, some of the scenes are missing due to hard drive failure.
At exactly 2:47 a.m. on January 14, 2002, while working a coal train en route from Russell, Kentucky to Shelbyana, Kentucky, Our trailing unit and first two cars were severely damaged as we struck an unknown floating or hovering object. I know it was 2:47 because my watch froze, and to this day shows that time. Along with my watch, the entire electrical systems on both locomotives went haywire. Approaching a bend near milepost 42 in an area referred to as the Wild Kingdom, for the many different types of animals spotted there, my conductor and I saw lights coming from around the way. This ordinarily means another train is coming and will pass on the other track. The outlay of the area is this: the river, the number 1 track, the number 2 track, and the straight up mountainside.
This is well produced, by the way. I do like this. This is footage from Train Z 2018. Yeah, I get it, but this is an ARG. I'm letting it slip.
Carved out for the laying of these tracks. Anyways, I killed our lights not to blind the oncoming.
Was that the bite of 87?
Wrong time, Mark. Wrong time.
Rounded the corner, our onboard computer began to flash in and out, the speed recorder went nuts, and then both locomotives died. Saw the objects. Apparently scanning the river for something, at least 3 objects had several searchlights trained there. The first object hovered about 10 to 12 feet above the track. It was metallic silver in color with multiple colored lights near the bottom and in the middle. There were no windows or openings of any kind that we could see. It was 18 to 20 feet in length and probably 10 feet high.
So it's a typical UFO then. He bumped into a typical UFO.
With both locomotives dead, as we rounded the corner, we made little noise, and the first object did not respond in time. I estimate that we hit the object at 30 miles an hour, with 16,000 trailing tons behind us. It clipped the top of our lead unit, then skipped back, slicing...
I was expecting this to be like an actual unnerving UFO encounter, but nah, it's just... I'm sorry, but just a little...
Our lead unit, slicing a chunk out of our trailing unit in the first 2 coal cars. Afterwards, the other objects vanished. Our emergency brakes had initiated due to the loss of power, and we stopped approximately...
Oh. Oh, this is getting interesting. They don't want you to know. The cover-up was to hide the truth. They don't want you... It's all an act? Did that say? It's all an act, yeah.
Our power restored after we were stopped, and we notified our dispatcher, located in what had happened. We were told to inspect the cars.
I want to believe, boys.
And tried to limp into milepost 60, which used to be the Painesville Yard, which is no longer in full operation. We checked everything out, and the cab of the rear locomotive was demolished and smoked. The
Oh
second
no.
2 cars looked as if they had been hit with a giant hammer, but looked like they hold the rail. We pulled in the Painesville Yard at approximately 5:15
Was that the bite of 87?
Huge overhead lights
Almost.
in the yard were noticeably dark, and the only lights came from what we assumed were railroad official vehicles parked near the end of the track. We pulled to a stop and began unloading our grips off the wounded train. We could hear what sounded like an army of workers immediately tending to our train. Vehicle doors slamming, guys running by in weird outfits, and lights glaring from all directions. The one thing missing was railroad officials. A guy named shook my hand and asked me to follow him into the old yard office.
Oh no, the men in black are coming to cover it up. This is alright.
We did, and once inside, they, and by they I mean I had no idea who these people were, began to ask us hundreds of questions. They then told us for our own protection we'd be medically tested before we could leave. I asked repeatedly to talk to my road foreman or train master, and not only were these requests denied, but they confiscated my conductor's cellular phone. Hours later, we were let outside the old yard office, and the strange things continued to happen.
Ferguson. Do you like covering it up because it's your... You only like covering it up because it's your job, right? This is fast and pathetic. God, the sass of this video, I swear. Just... You like covering up the truth because it's your job, don't you? Fucking loser.
Over a huge tent-like structure, buzzing with activity. We were let off the property and told, due to national security, our silence on this matter would be appreciated. We were then put in a railroad vehicle and taken to Martin, Kentucky, where we went through questioning again with railroad officials and were then drug tested. After all of this, we were sent to Sheldiana, where we took rest for 8 hours and worked another train back to Russell. Working back, we passed by Paintsville. However, there was no sign of the engine, cars, tents, people, nothing.
Made by Cal Units Productions. That's nice. That's nice. That was simple but effective. I do like a good ARG, like one that is well put together. There are so many good ones. I think the one that comes to my mind is I can't remember what it... Oh, for God's sake. It's a Slender Man one, which is... I know doesn't narrow it down, but... Is like Everyman Productions, or it's like... It's something Man Productions. The idea is that it starts out as an exercise channel, and these guys are just dicking around showing some basic exercises you can do to get fit, and in the background there'll be someone dressed as Slender Man. But then in a later video, there was the whole gang bar one is in a car driving back to their place, and their mate is in a car up ahead. They're in the car alone because everyone else in the squad is in the other car just recording some little behind the scenes banter stuff. When they notice someone's moving on the back seat of their friend's car, and they try and call their friend, or they ask him who was in the car with him, and he's like, no one was in the car with me. And then they hear banging and noises going on inside the house, and it's and they go in, and then they're running around trying to see what it is. A door's there, Slender Man's there shaking his head, door slams shut, they throw the door open, and it's completely empty. Everyman Hybrid, I think that's what it was called. And they're like, yeah, we initially started dicking around, having one of us dress as Slender Man in the back of the video, but we don't know. Someone broke into our house and fucking did that. We don't know who that was. And it becomes this weird layered story. Nightmind does these videos on this stuff. I used to binge their channel a lot. You know, it's really good stuff. I recommend it. Someone said something is in the Discord. Let's see. There is D-Man, who's posted another SCP. And there is the a San Juan Train Z Halloween. I'm going to go for the SCP. I mean, no offense, but I'm not that bothered by a Railroads Online or Train Z Simulator, I'll be honest with you. Let's see. Let me just adjust this. Special containment procedures. If the existence of an SCP in 1992-1 is confirmed, Foundation agents are to attempt to persuade passengers to disembark. Foundation personnel are advised to not board the train regardless of how persuasive the arguments of the passengers are. Should Foundation personnel fail to keep an instance of SCP-1992-1 from crashing, MTF Gamma 5 red herrings are to secure the crash site decimate information concerning the crash and identify all passengers. Survivors are to be taken to hospitals under Foundation control until released to their residency and given Class B.
Was that the bite of 87?
I'm turning that off. So we've got another train SCP. So, description. SCP-1992 is a worldwide phenomenon focused around various forms of media, including novels, music, movies, television programs, and video games, comic books, and internet-based media. SCP-1992 physically manifests in the form of an autonomous passenger train, designated SCP-1992-1. Multiple instances of SCP-1992-1 are capable of existing at once. SCP-1992 events begin with the announcement of a piece of media that is met with widespread enthusiasm. Variable researchers have tentatively termed hype. However, oh my god, is this a hype train? Is this a hype train meme? However, instances of SCP-1992-1 will not manifest for every anticipated piece of media. It is unknown how exactly SCP-1992 selects its sources, though it is hypothesized it selects media that will cause the most damage. It is theorized SCP-1992-1 will only preemptively manifest to represent media that are met with largely negative reaction upon release. If true, it is unknown whether SCP-1992 is able to predict the quality of upcoming media or retroactively affects the source media upon manifestation or media release, as the creators of the media are often confused by the negative reception. Upon manifestation, individuals who hold interest in the relevant upcoming media are subject to a minor compulsion to board the train. SCP-1992-1 will disappear shortly after departing from the station. As more and more people board SCP-1992-1, the range and strength of the compulsion increases. Those aboard SCP-1992-1 are theorized to subsist on hype rather than typical sustenance of food and water. This is a hype train SCP. It is a literal hype train. Upon the media's release, the relevant SCP-1992-1 will manifest somewhere on a rail line in the media's country of origin. SCP-1992-1 will travel at a velocity dependent on the total number of those who have boarded. It will continue along the rail until it either arrives at the next station or derails due to excessive velocity. Amendum. Notable confirmed manifestations. Star Wars Episode 1 The Phantom Menace, The Matrix Reloaded, Sonic the Hedgehog the video game, Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, Metroid the Other M, Duke Nukem Forever, Diablo 3, Prometheus, Half-Life 2 Episode 3 / Half-Life 3. This is a hype train meme. Whoever sent this to the Discord, I am so royally upset with you. Oh, God. Do I end it here? I don't think we're going to get any decent, scary train stories anytime soon. So let's know just one more. I know there's this trailer for this game. I'll watch that later in my own time. I want an actual spooky story. I want a good story. Give me something good, Internet. Give me something good. I'm just going to keep scrolling down until something catches my interest. Hindi horror stories. 11. That's just ghost stories. The Man with the Yellow Face. Why is his face yellow? Oh, this is a bunch of pages of stuff I'm not going to read. I want something short. I want something snappy. Hong Kong, last train home. Should we look at pictures? Scary train pictures. Let's see what's recommended. Because usually these are shit. So it's 4-part ghost train. Nothing special. This is a stock image. That's freaky. Well made though. Spider Charles, Scary Train, mod plus hack. Cool. The last train home. A couple more English trains. Thomas, naturally there's always going to be a Scary Thomas picture. Hey, that's the lab. There's a train with a skeleton on the front. That's a weird looking engine. Is this generated by AI? Because this feels like something AI generated. I don't know, that looks weird. Ghost train, don't worry. Oh, British Rail Deltas, Deltics, whatever you want to call them. No, scariest thing of all. Ooh. There's a clown. He seems happy chappy. That is... I have not... This is AI generated on Midjourney apparently, and it is just a cacophony of stuff. Let me see. This guy with a skeleton mask. I'm assuming he's Ghost Train driver. I like this. I like this interpretation of a ghost train, where instead of just putting a face on the engine, the smoke it's releasing as the scary faces on it. That's good. Let's see. Ah, Choo Choo Charles. Of course. The engine with the skull on the front. 666 scary engines. Lego. An hour of scary train stories. This, I don't know what this is. That feels... That's on the line of I don't know if it's AI generated or just weird looking. Nice design though. Hey, it's the Ghostbusters. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not getting much results. Someone keeps asking me to watch the San Juan Halloween special. I'm not watching it. I'm sorry, I'm just not. End of. There is this one though. Train engineers recalls seeing a phantom train in Atchison. Let's see what this is before we end the night, eh?
I would happily recommend Amazon.
Oh, shut up, Amazon. I'm not buying your bullshit. I'm not buying your bullshit. Jeffrey Bezos can suck my dong.
He also saw an engineer looking out the window of that train. It was a man he knew well, Britt Kraft.
Britt Kraft?
But the problem with what that engineer saw, Britt Kraft was dead, killed.
Is this meant to be a news station? I gotta ask, is this meant to be a news station? Like KMBC 9. Is this a news station? Because this is so overly edited and read so dramatically.
On August 29th, 1882, this story ran in the Atchison Daily Globe, featuring a train engineer with an eerie tale. While on a recent run late at night, he saw a phantom engine coming around a curve.
Ooh, a phantom engine coming around the
He
corner.
also saw an engineer looking out the window of that train. It was a man he knew well, Britt Kraft.
Brit Craft. Now I'm leaving the subtitles on because the fact that it's all in caps really sums up American media, doesn't it?
But the problem with what that engineer saw, Britt Kraft was dead, killed a few weeks earlier and buried in this Atchison cemetery. But on his grave marker a clue to explain what his friends saw. The fading message here, honor to the dead who died to save others.
God, why? What's with the sound effects? Oh, I think I saw a ghost train. A ghost train?
Running his train on that summer night, Britt Kraft came around a bend to see the bridge he was about to cross on fire. While too late to stop the entire train, he brought the engine to a stop on the burning bridge, knowing he wouldn't survive the fire, but that his passengers would escape. Kraft became a hero, a legend, who may have...
Oh, so is this literally all it is? It's just... Oh yeah, here's how he died, and someone said he saw the ghost.
wanted one more ride. His fellow engineer who saw that phantom had no doubt, saying, I have seen the ghost of Britt Kraft's engine.
I'm sorry to whoever posted this in the Discord server, but this is the least amount of substance I've ever seen to a news article in my life. It's a ghost story, and I appreciate you sharing it. But he doesn't even talk. Like, the news anchor doesn't even interview the guy who's like, "Oh yeah, I saw the ghost," or like recount any more of the stories. Just, "Oh yeah, they saw the ghost of this guy who died." You see how underwhelming that feels. Again, I'm sorry to USS Salem. Like, you're sharing ghost stories, and I appreciate that. But like, man, American journalism at its finest, folks. Oh boy. What else we got going on in here? We got ghost trains, we got these other stories. How long is this one? This is 2 minutes long. This is another ghost story. Let's see what this one is.
With Oleo Intense, I can reinvent.
What? I don't care. Shut up about hair, please. Just shut up. Okay, here we go.
Back in the late 1800s, the railroad was the lifeblood of the West, bridging the unsettled plains of western Kansas and the thriving towns of eastern Kansas along the Missouri River. Atchison was a railroad town, and it was in the summer of 1882 that one of Atchison's great railroad legends was born.
This hat, this specific hat, it was born here at Atchison. Just this one hat.
One early morning in August, the mail train was rounding a curve between Clocker City and Glen Elder.
Between where?
Mail train was rounding a curve between Clocker.
Sorry, I'm a child. I had to. Just between.
Rounding a curve between Clocker.
I'm a child.
City and Glen Elder, approaching the bridge over Granite Creek. The engineer was a man named Britt Kraft, who was regarded as the crack engineer of the line.
But just around the bend lay a challenge not even Gridcraft could meet.
I like that it just cuts to him in the graveyard at night. Are you allowed to be there, sir?
Was on fire, and Kraft couldn't see it. Instantly, he was faced with two choices: to save himself or his passengers. He could try to go as fast as he could and get the engine across the burning bridge, or he could slam on his brakes. The engine would tumble into the creek below. It would be safe.
So hold on, let me just figure this out, okay. So the idea is that he would slam on the brakes of the train and that the carriages would stop in time but the locomotive would fall off. I'm just trying to think. Like, surely if the engine's coupled to the carriages, like it would pull them down, right? Am I overthinking this? This is still Lincoln Pin era, so it might. The other story said that he just stopped the engine on the burning bridge. And that, like, I'm assuming he couldn't get off and burn to death.
To Kraft, his passengers came first. He slammed on the brakes. The engine left the track.
I love that he slammed on the brakes. The sound just cuts off.
Came first. He slammed on the brakes. The engine left the track and tumbled to the creek bed below. The stunned passengers walked away unhurt.
Are they using a fog machine for effect? This looks like something straight out of like a Mel Brooks film, that's it. How it's like it would be ominous fog, but it just like keeps coming in thick waves and obscuring him instead of, you know, giving him like an actual level of ominousness.
Their cars had stopped short of the burning bridge. Kraft was thrown from the engine and killed. He wound up here.
His train derailed in this exact spot.
Kraft was remembered for his distinguished service and heroism. His headstone in Mount Vernon Cemetery.
Yeah, that's a smoke machine.
He is 7 feet tall.
You can see it. You can see it here. There's just a little box just spraying smoke all over this gravestone. Honestly, if the fog wasn't there, I think it would be more ominous.
Tall and bears the likeness of a steam engine, just like the one Kraft operated.
Ooh, the engine driver, how ominous. They carved a steam engine on his grave.
The bridge was
actually, you know, who does that these days? Is that still a practice? Because that would be like carving a Formula 1 car. Like, actually, no, not even that, because like they're not a celebrity when they're driving engines, unlike an F1 driver. It would be like your uncle dying in an accident, or like a white van accident, and they like carve the symbol of like a white van on his headstone, you know? Oh, this is the Ford Transit he used to drive that he died in. A real shame. You know, it's a weird practice that only really applies to locomotive drivers.
But the spirit of Britt Kraft remained. Days later, the Atchison Globe carried the remarkable story of Kraft's reappearance. As the first train approached the new bridge, the engineer said he distinctly heard an engine whistle ahead of him. He leaned out the window to look ahead.
I like that he says like in this most dramatic storytelling, he leaned out the window to look ahead. And he just uses just the most... This guy doesn't look bothered by anything. He looks like he's having a time. What? Hold on. This image just gets more wild the more you look at it, because first there's a heart-shaped mirror. And then there's a fucking deer head stuffed on the wall. What the fuck? No, what is this guy driving? What? What? This is the weirdest engine I've ever seen. The heart-shaped mirror is one thing, because it might just be like, oh, you know, I need a mirror or something for some other use. You'll probably need a mirror for something on a steam locomotive. Maybe inspecting something in the firebox without needing to crawl in. Like, that, I get you could need a mirror for that, and that just happened to be one spare. Why the fuck is there a deer head in this cab? Bro's driving around a goddamn 18th century living room.
And saw a phantom engine outlined in white coming around the curve. And leaning out the cab window was none other than Britt Kraft. After the train crossed the bridge, the engineer, pale and stricken, looked at his fireman and said, "I have seen the ghost of Britt Kraft's engine."
That's like a fucking creepypasta ending, innit? It's like, after seeing the ghost, he turned and looked at his co-driver, and, with a bleak look on his face, said, "I have seen the ghost," after he saw the ghost. Man, it's really been a night for dunking on ghost stories, hasn't it? Oh dear. Was this better than the newer covering of the story? I think this was infinitely better, solely for the amount of joy I got out of this picture of the cab. Like, it can get lost amongst like all the pipes and gauges and levers and whatever, and I noticed, oh, it's heart-shaped. What? That's weird. What? Deer head? What? And then there's just this guy just smoking like it's no one's business. Someone said there's an urn in the cab? Where are you looking? Because I think those things there are oil lanterns. Where are you looking in terms of urn? There's oil can, there's got lanterns. No urn, but there's a heart-shaped mirror and there's a deer head. I also love what makes this extra weird. Oh, that. I think that is a lamp as well. Because if you're playing Railroads Online, the 060 engine, it's got one of these in the cab that provides some light. I'm assuming it's a lamp. But, like, there's no way this isn't a photograph, because, like, not what I meant to do. Just the quality of the picture has to be a photograph. But, like, what makes it better, though, is this heart-shaped mirror for me. It looks like something very kitsch out of this century. Like, I look like I can go... I feel like I could go into, like, a Dunelm. Or, like, any sort of shop that sells, you know, mirrors or basic furniture and find this mirror. It just adds a layer to this picture that I can't explain. Oh, dear. I think I should call it there, though, right? I've been... this stream's been going on for about 4 hours. I'm going to call it here. It's been a ride, though, right? It's been a ride. We have seen stuff. We've been places. We've read ghost stories. So much shit. Oh dear. Anyway, Halloween's coming to an end. It's been fun. Oh boy. Like, comment, subscribe. Is that a thing I say now? Why did I say that? I don't know. Either way, I think we know what the most important part is we need to play some outro music. In order to really solidify that this is the end of the stream. And because this is a spooky stream, it's not going to be the Tugs theme. It's going to be that goddamn Thomas the Tank Five Nights at Freddy's theme again. That cool with you guys? I'm not playing the Rocket Jump Waltz. Screw it. Let's play some music to send us off. Any questions? Any questions, actually, before I end the stream? Because someone usually has at least one question as I'm wrapping this up. Will you watch the San Juan Halloween special? Maybe, maybe not, probably. Maybe, I don't know. What pizza are you ordering? I'm not ordering pizza. That happens on Saturdays. What is the FNAF music? It's the Five Nights at Freddy's song by Living Tombstone, but Star Tom, subscribe to him, or they, I don't know, they remixed it using the Thomas the Tank Engine sound font. Any more questions? Yes? No? No? Okay, music's playing. Will you ever play a non-train related horror game? Would you ever consider it? I would consider it, but the streams that aren't train related usually don't do well. Unless it's like something the community really wants. I do want to do that big wrestling match thing though. Honestly, I'd like to see you play Amnesia the Dark Descent. Maybe I could. I don't know if I should, but I could. I guess I could play that. Not really my cup of tea, but hey, who knows? Horror games. I played Choo Choo Charles. Next stream, I'm trying to think what I'd stream on Saturday. Am I going to do Cursed Trains or am I going to do Railroads Online? I'll have to have a poll. It's been a while since I think I've done a Cursed Train stream, actually. D-Man says Railroads. I'll put up a poll. I'll throw up a poll on Friday or something. We'll see where it goes. Do another one. Do another WWE one. I do plan on doing one of those in the future. It's going to be a big Royal Rumble. I've still got to make all the characters for it though, because I'm a lazy son of a gun. There's still like a minute left of this song, so if anyone's got any more questions before they dip, I recommend throwing them in. I'm sorry if you can't hear me over the music, but hey, that's just the price to pay of fame. Is that the price of fame? I don't think the price of fame is trying to talk over loud music. How am I? I'm alright. I'm a bit tired. The stream's gone on longer than I intended. It's kind of a bit of a shoddy stream, I'll be honest with you, but hey, do you like the Beatles? They're alright. Can you play Unrailed again? You know what? I'll throw that in the poll, and if people are interested, that might be another miscellaneous stream. Favourite dog breed? I can't say I have a particular favourite one. But if I were to get a dog for myself, I'd probably get a Whippet. My grandparents had one, and they're fairly easy to look after. As long as you just give it a big walk at least once or twice a day, that's fine. What about Lackadaisy? I don't know. Will stream be on Saturday? Yes, there will be a stream on Saturday. And with that, the music is over, so you know what that means, the stream's over. Oh boy, what about analog horror? What analog horror series do you recommend? I don't know. Marble Hornets is a good one. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. That's also amazing. If you have access to Channel 4, they did a new series. You ever going to do the last stream Wormtown stream? Maybe I will. I do not know if there's a good reason for me to do it. There's something analog horror. I'm trying to think. Watch Night Mind. They do some great breakdowns of analog horror, analogy horror, whatever you want to call it. Alan tutorial, that's pretty good as well. And that's enough questions. I'm really running out of time here. Oh, hey, look, wow, this stream has ended. Wow, and this stream, this stream is so ended right now. It really is. Oh, hey, look at that. It's Freddy Fazbear. How you doing there, Freddy? No, I'm not. No, it's Living Tombstone that made the song. There's no copyright to you. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, by the way, I highly recommend watching someone did a video called I watched all of the Elvis movies and had a mental breakdown. It's like an hour and 40 minutes long, but it's really super good. I highly recommend it. Watch that.